Respected participants, good morning from Stockholm. My name is Mustafa and I am Trade and Investment Counselor for Pakistan in Nordic countries. Welcome to all from Embassy of Pakistan in Sweden, Ministry of Commerce Pakistan, Board of Investment Pakistan, Embassy of China in Sweden, Embassies of Pakistan in Denmark and Norway. The focus of today's event is to highlight business opportunities available in special economic zones in Pakistan and projects under BRI. The business promotion institutions in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark would also spotlight sport which they are offering to Nordic companies for overseas market expansion and investment. I would request His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan to Sweden and Finland, Mr. Zuhur Ahmed, to welcome the participants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa. I'm very excited to welcome all of you to this event, which we hope will be a special event and which will showcase the growing economy of Pakistan and the exciting investment opportunities which are available for our partners all over the world, and especially those in the Nordic countries, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, uh, and the north of Europe. I am also delighted to welcome to this event today many of our old friends and great participants. We have the Ambassador of China, Ambassador Kui in Stockholm. I'm also thankful to Ambassador Henrik Persson, my colleague who represents Sweden in Islamabad, for his support in organizing this event. Uh, we are very grateful to our speakers, the chairman of the Board of Investment and the minister in the government of Pakistan, Mr. Atif Bukhari, who has kindly joined us here today, the Ministry of Commerce, which is represented by Mr. Umair Karim, an old friend and a dynamic bureaucrat. I'm sure his contribution will be very important in this event also. We are also going to have two representatives of the special economic zones in Pakistan, one from the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Mr. Butt, Mr. Hassam Daud Butt, who is the CEO of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Board of Investment, and Mr. Mia Kashif from the Faisalabad Special Economic Zone. And both of these will talk about the opportunities and facilities available in their economic zones. We are also thankful to the Business Sweden for joining us here today. Mr. Andrich Tofte, I welcome you to this event, and I also welcome you to our region. And we hope that you can pay a visit to Pakistan soon and see for yourself the opportunities that we are going to talk about today. I'm also grateful to the Innovation Norway and the Danish Trade Department for joining us here today. Along with this, we will have representatives of many Swedish companies, uh, and but we are going to have two speakers from Nordic companies, one of them from Sweden and one of them from Denmark. Matthias is an old friend, and he is running Tundra, which is a major investment firm, and it deals with emerging markets. And he will talk about his experiences in the Pakistani market and the way he sees this event is very important for us because we feel that there are immense opportunities of cooperation between Pakistan and the Scandinavian countries. Particularly, I can talk about Sweden and Finland, whom I have the honor of representing Pakistan here. Uh, I think the reason is that we share many of the visions towards the world and towards international trade. Firstly, our countries are open to trading and open to business with all countries of the world. I can tell you about Pakistan that we have made the greatest jump in the history on the ease of doing business ranking this year. We have jumped about 35 points. We we have a dynamic information and communication sector, which has made a growth of 40% in this year. We have many multinational companies in Pakistan, which have shown 8 to 10 times more growth in Pakistan than their growth in the rest of the world. And also, Pakistan is a country of innovation. It's a country of diversity. It's a country of ancient civilizations, but it's a country which is looking forward, which is basing its economic growth on reform, on an agenda of sustainable development, on an agenda of innovation. And this is where we would like you to become our partners. As far as the Embassy of Pakistan, Sweden is concerned, I would like to take this opportunity to assure you of all the cooperation that we can provide to the Swedish and Finnish companies who are interested in this market and who are looking for Pakistani partners. This is a win-win relationship, and Pakistan has made tremendous strides in the recent years. Part of this is because we have been able to solve two of the major bottlenecks which are holding back our economy, the infrastructure and the energy bottleneck. And for this, we have had a win-win cooperation with our Chinese partners. And now we are open to welcoming partners from all over the world to join us in these special economic zones for mutual benefit and for mutual growth and development. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues in Stockholm. I could see the ambassador of Belarus, the ambassador of Kazakhstan, the ambassador of Laos, and the ambassador of Serbia. Thank you very much, Excellencies, for joining us here. And to all of you whom I could not name today, I would like to welcome you on this exciting journey of Pakistan and its opportunities. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much, sir. We have the honor of having with us ambassadors of People's Republic of China to Sweden, His Excellency Mr. Goy Kongyu. Sir, may I request you to present your introductory remarks.
Thank you. 尊敬的各位使节、各位嘉宾朋友们，大家上午好。
Dear Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning.
很高兴出席今天的“一带一路”视频研讨会。我谨代表中国驻瑞典大使馆，感谢“一带一路”执行小组，史蒂文先生，和他的成员，和巴基斯坦驻瑞典使馆为这次会议的举办所做的大量工作，向积极推动“一带一路”国际合作的与会嘉宾和各界朋友表示衷心感谢。
It gives me great pleasure to attend the BRI webinar. On behalf of the Embassy of China in Sweden, I'd like to thank the BRICS team, Mr. Stephen, and the Embassy of Pakistan for their efforts. And my thanks go to those that are committed to BRI international cooperations and friends with us at the webinar.
2013年，习近平主席提出共建“一带一路”倡议，7年多来，中国已经与140个国家、31个国际组织签署了200余份共建“一带一路”合作文件。2013年到2019年，中国与“一带一路”沿线国家的货物贸易总额从1.04万亿美元增长到1.34万亿美元。
In 2013, President Xi Jinping proposed the Belt and Road Initiative. Over the past 7 years, China has signed more than 200 cooperation documents with 140 countries and 31 international organizations. From 2013 to 2019, China's trade in goods with BRI countries grew from USD 1.05 trillion to USD 1.34 trillion.
那么去年尽管受疫情冲击，但是中国与“一带一路”沿线国家的进出口总额仍然增长了1%，达到9.37万亿元人民币。去年中国企业与“一带一路”沿线对58个国家非金融类直接投资178亿美元， 增长18.3%。实践证明，“一带一路”倡议是一个稳定的、可持续的，能够完全应对疫情负面影响的经济合作机制。
In 2020, despite the pandemic, China's trade with BRI countries has able to increase by 1%, reaching 9.37 trillion RMB. Last year, non-financial investments by Chinese companies in BRI countries reached USD 17.8 billion, up 18.3%. BRI has been proven to be a stable and sustainable economic cooperation mechanism that can withstand the tests of the pandemic.
那么，在促进基础设施领域互联互通方面，中国班列逆势增长是一个典型的案例。据统计，去年中国班列共开行12400列，同比增长50%，发送集装箱113.5万标箱，同比增长56%，通达欧洲城市90多个，涉及20余个国家。
When it comes to improving interconnectivity through infrastructure, there's no better example than the China-Europe freight train. According to statistics, the China-Europe freight train conducted 12,400 trips in 2020, up 50%, transporting 1.135 million containers, up 56%, reaching over 90 cities in more than 20 countries.
在有效稳定全球产业链供应链方面，“一带一路”倡议的重要作用同样进一步显现。去年相比全球投资贸易大幅萎缩，“一带一路”相关国家的投资贸易呈现出强大韧性。前几年互联互通建设成果在其中发挥了重要作用。
When it comes to instilling stability into the global value chain and the supply chain, the BRI is also significantly effective. In contrast with the shrinking trade around the world last year, owing to the building up of infrastructure interconnectivity over the past few years, trade among BRI countries was highly resilient, and such resilience in turn contributes to the recovery of the global value chain and supply chain that took a hit from the pandemic.
共建“一带一路”有利于加快恢复受疫情影响的产业链供应链，为地区和全球经济复苏注入强大动力。
Injects strong momentum into the economic recovery of various regions and the whole world.
那么，中国跟巴基斯坦建设的经济走廊是“一带一路”合作的标杆性项目，已经取得丰硕成果，逐步构建起以中巴经济走廊为纽带，以巴达尔港交通基础设施、能源产业为重点的1+4合作布局，有力促进了域内国家间经济合作，改善了地区安全局势，更好惠及民生。
As His Excellency Zahur Ahmed said, CPEC is a flagship project of BRI cooperation, a project that has achieved fruitful results, a 1+4 cooperation structure, with CPEC as the link and the Guangdong port transport infrastructure, energy and the industries as a cooperation focuses. It's strongly promoting economic cooperation among regional countries, improving regional security and benefiting the people of the region.
在当前在贸易保护主义抬头，这个国际多边贸易体制受到严重挑战的情况下，“一带一路”合作取得亮眼成绩，再次证明多边主义的重要性。
In the world of rising protectionism and mounting challenges against the multilateral trade system, BRI cooperation is a shining success story of multilateralism.
那么，我们真诚欢迎包括北欧在内的世界各国积极对接“一带一路”倡议，希望有更多北欧企业在协商一致、合作共赢的基础上，积极参与包括中巴经济走廊在内的“一带一路”建设，共享“一带一路”的发展红利。
We sincerely welcome all countries of the world, including the Nordic countries, to actively connect with the BRI and hope that more Nordic companies will actively join the BRI on the basis of consultation and consensus, as well as mutual benefits to enjoy the dividends of building the BRI together.
我们预祝这次研讨会取得丰硕成果。谢谢大家。Thank you very much.
Let me conclude by wishing the webinar a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Farouk, Ambassador of Pakistan to Denmark, to present his introductory remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Ghulam Mustafa Sahab, Ambassador Zahoor Ahmed, Mr. Atif Bukhari, Chairman BOI, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all participants in today's event, especially those from Denmark. My special thanks to Ms. Lena Hansen, Head of Department, Export and Innovation, Trade Council at the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who would be giving a presentation later on how the Danish government supports businesses to expand their export and overseas presence. Bilateral relations between Denmark and Pakistan are cordial, and this provides an ideal opportunity for promotion of economic linkages. And this has been my main focus since arriving in Denmark over a year ago. Despite the challenges that have been presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, I've tried to reach out to a large number of Danish companies and institutions with the objective of promoting trade and investment. And several of these companies are participating in today's event. These include Bestseller, which is the largest importer of Pakistani textiles in Denmark and perhaps in the Nordic region. We have Grundfos, Linek, Foss, Danfoss, Arla, the whole company, Tigerium Pakistan Limited, which has local offices in Pakistan and whose CEO, Mr. Jesper, will also be speaking about his experience of doing business in Pakistan. And then we have Jimco, Amon Gas, and Renew Energy. So I would like to acknowledge them and thank them for their presence in today's event and look forward to their active participation in the Q&A session. I've also had very positive interactions with the Danske Industry, which is the Association of Danish Industries. They arranged a webinar last year where I made a presentation about the business and investment opportunities in Pakistan. We are in discussion with DI to organize another event focused on opportunities in the information technology sector. I would like to acknowledge the presence of their representative, Mr. Evan, in today's event. The Danish Investment Fund, IFU, is also here. IFU has had a long relationship with Pakistan and has invested in a number of commercial projects, especially cement plants, and we look forward to their continued participation in investment in Pakistan. IFU, through its Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance, currently is supporting the construction of a large wastewater treatment plant in Faisalabad. A similar project is also under consideration for Lahore. I would like to acknowledge also the presence of Asia House. Asia House supports Asian embassies in Denmark to link up with Danish businesses and offers its venue to them for organizing events. We look forward to cooperating with them as soon as the COVID-19 situation allows that to happen. The participants from Pakistan will be presenting the business and investment opportunities in Pakistan, especially in the specialized economic zones that have been established under CPEC and other SEZs. I would just quickly like to touch upon a few areas that are of particular relevance for Denmark. First is renewable energy, which is a key focus of our bilateral interactions. During the second round of the Pakistan-Denmark bilateral political consultations, which were held in November last year, it was agreed that both sides would work towards signing a framework agreement for green partnership. Discussions are underway for defining the areas that could be included in this agreement. Pakistan, just for your information, has recently approved an alternative renewable energy policy, which has set ambitious targets of 20% energy from renewables in the energy mix by 2025 and 30% by 2030. Within this, the solar to wind ratio is 70-30. So this provides Denmark and other Nordic countries with significant opportunities for investing in Pakistan. We are in discussions in Denmark with Vestas, which is the largest wind turbine manufacturer in the world. Vestas is keen on entering the Pakistani wind energy market, and further modalities are being worked out with our Ministry of Power. The entry of Vestas would obviously provide opportunities for other Danish companies having allied technologies to participate in the renewable energy sector in Pakistan. Pakistan is also keen to benefit from Danish technical expertise in renewable energy sector, for which discussions are taking place between the Danish Energy Agency and power sector stakeholders in Pakistan. Then biogas is another avenue which is being explored with the two companies that are participating in today's webinar, Amongas and Renew Energy. Pakistan is an energy deficient country, and our reliance on expensive imported gas and other fuels has increased over the years. So the development of a local biogas industry would help us in reducing dependence on imported sources. Pakistan is a large consumer market with a population of over 200 million people and a growing middle class. And despite being the fourth largest milk producer in the world, Pakistan still imports dairy products, especially powdered milk. Therefore, agriculture and dairy sector of Pakistan offers a lot of opportunities for investment by Danish companies as well as other Nordic companies in all aspects of the value chain. So, which includes milk production, cold chain, and the processing of value-added products. In view of the paucity of time, I will conclude my remarks here. I thank all the Danish stakeholders and other participants for their presence in today's event, and we look forward to continuing our interaction with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Board of Investment Pakistan is a vibrant organization working to facilitate foreign investors. We are honored by the presence of its chairman, Mr. Atif R. Bukhari. Sir, please present your introductory remarks and welcome the guests.
Thank you. Excellencies and distinguished guests, a very good morning. It is a matter of profound pleasure for me to welcome the participants to this virtual roadshow on CPEC, SEZs, and BRI. And at the outset, let me also express my gratitude to all our online audiences for their participation. Can somebody mute?
It's Miss Aru.
So I think it's just finished, so I'll go on. Yeah. Let me just start again. This event provides an opportunity to interact with each other and share our experiences with the objective to find ways to promote, populate, and develop industrial cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, currently Pakistan is pursuing policies that support privatization and deregulation of the economy to promote business-to-business and people-to-people ventures. The industrial sector is a catalyst for higher productivity, innovation, employment generation, and export. It allows countries like Pakistan to make optimal use of their scarce resources and increase the export of manufactured goods, which contribute to the foreign exchange and leading towards improvement in balance of payments. Vital to promoting industrialization is the development of special economic zones that are the strongest and most effective tool available to accelerate industrialization by offering the required infrastructure and utilities on competitive rates. SEZs play a key role in attracting foreign direct investment, increasing exports, ensuring technology transfer, generating wide range economic activities, and helping in creation of job opportunities. Like other nations, Pakistan too opted for SEZ developments to accrue maximum benefits of its potential in diverse fields, along with the help of our friendly country, which is China. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, Pakistan and China are working together to steadily advance China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is the crown jewel of BRI initiative. CPEC has been planned in 3 phases to be completed till 2030, with the aim to pave way for rapid industrialization, uplifting social economic development, creating investment opportunities, and providing massive job opportunities. As the first phase of CPEC is about to conclude, the second phase has set into motion that envisages industrial cooperation through development of special economic zones and business-to-business interactions in order to promote grassroots level industrial cooperation. CPEC industrial cooperation is a long-term endeavor, and it is picking up pace. Being the lead agency on industrial cooperation under CPEC since 2016, Board of Investment has made notable progress. Now that the second phase of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has commenced, the BOI would continue to take lead on investment, promotion, facilitation, and industrial cooperation. The first phase of CPEC required leading role of the government, while the second phase calls for enhanced role of industrialists, the private sector, and the business community. Here, the government's role would remain that of a facilitator. But having said that, the government still has an arduous task of devising effective policies, laws, and efficient infrastructure to facilitate business-to-business and people-to-people linkages. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to share with you all that CPEC Industrial Cooperation is an all-inclusive in its scope and open to third-party participation. I would like to invite the business communities from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and rest of the European Union to come and invest in Pakistan's economic sectors. It is noteworthy to mention that the government has already launched conducive policies such as electric vehicle policy, mobile manufacturing, construction sector policies, sole enterprise and private sector special economic zones regulations made in 2020 to pave way for investment in Pakistan. Pakistan follows a liberal investment regime, and facilitation is its foremost cornerstone for instilling confidence in investors and creating a conducive environment to attract local and foreign investment. The Board of Investment Pakistan is mandated to promote, encourage, and facilitate both local and foreign investment. In this regard, several initiatives are being undertaken by Pakistan, such as ease of doing business reform, regulatory reforms, structural and taxation reforms, and also availability of energy inputs at regionally competitive prices. Pakistan accords top priority to the development of special economic zones under CPEC. Currently, out of the 9 CPEC SEZs, 2 are in advanced stage of development, including Rashakai SEZ in KPK and Allama Iqbal Industrial City in Faisalabad. You will have presentations from their respective SEZ sectors on this one going forward. The Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan himself witnessed the signing ceremony of Rashakai Development Agreement, which is a testament to the fact that the government is fully committed to accelerate industrialization in the country for sustained economic prosperity. Attractive fiscal incentives are being offered under SEZs, such as 10-year tax holiday and custom duty exemption on import of capital goods to both the developer and enterprises housed in the SEZs. Let me conclude by affirming that a world of opportunities is just a step away. And once again, I would like to thank you for all being here and harvest the benefit of industrial cooperation together and leads towards a bright and industrialized future ahead. In the end, I cordially invite Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and other European companies to invest in potentially viable sectors and utilize the opportunities available in SEZs against the backdrop of a very liberal investment regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Foreign businesses rely on a strong local market and ability of the local market to integrate in global value chains. Ministry of Commerce Pakistan is doing a remarkable job to provide enabling environment in this context. May I request now Additional Secretary Commerce Mr. Humair Khan to please spotlight this aspect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from the Ministry of Commerce in Islamabad. My name is Humair Kareem. I am Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce. It is a pleasure to be on board for this very important roadshow and conference. I'd like to thank and extend my gratitude and greetings to the Ambassador of Pakistan in Sweden, Mr. Ambassador Zahoor Ahmed. I think, sir, this is a great job that you've done in collaboration with the other embassies and the organizations in Sweden. I would like to thank all the participants, particularly the Ambassador of China and Sweden, Mr. Gui Gongyu, the Ambassador of Sweden, Pakistan, Mr. Henrik Persson, the Chairman Board of Investment, Mr. Atif Bukhari, Mr. Anders Tofte of Business Sweden, Mr. Ole Henner of Innovation Norway, Ms. Lina Gandios, the Head of Danish Trade Development and President KCCI. It's a pleasure to be here and addressing this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of great delight to inform that the trade environment in Pakistan is improving rapidly, supplemented by the growth in local economy and acceleration of exports, especially in the fields of food processing, textiles, minerals, auto parts, light engineering, and auto industry. Pakistan has the geographical advantage of being the regional launchpad for supplying products to parts of Central Asia and South Asia. Pakistan has recently embarked on the road of economic development and regional connectivity by forging and enhancing trading links with major regional players. In this regard, Pakistan and Afghanistan are renegotiating the transit trade agreement, and high-level exchanges have already taken place recently. Pakistan is also in the process of negotiating with Uzbekistan for a transit trade agreement, enhancing further trade with Central as part of enhancing further trade with Central Asia. Pakistan is also upgrading the rail and road infrastructure link to enhance connectivity with Afghanistan and Central Asian Republic states. Pakistan presents an ideal platform for foreign businesses to be part of global value chain as the country has decided to increase its access to markets of Central Asia. Pakistan has initiated trade facilitation for connectivity with Central Asian republics and is in the process of finalizing the trans-shipment policy. Pakistan and Uzbekistan are also working on a transit trade agreement to facilitate trade of goods through roads of railways. The Ministry of Pakistan has the potential of substituting manufacturing activities in regional countries which are shifting to other regional developing countries as China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is an infrastructure product which aims at promoting regional connectivity through Gwadar port. Pakistan intends to develop Gwadar as a trade hub for enhancing regional connectivity. The facilities at Port Qasim and Gwadar presents huge opportunities for transit trade and enhanced regional connectivity. Let me also inform that Pakistan is signatory of the UN Customs Convention on the International Transport of Goods under the cover of TIR CARNET and is in the process of implementation. The Chairman Board of Investment has already informed of the various investment opportunities that are available. 9 special economic zones to be developed along CPEC project are open for investment from all trading partners and aim at the economic development industrialization of Pakistan. The Ministry of Commerce, ladies and gentlemen, assures of its support to the companies from Sweden and Scandinavian countries who want to expand businesses and investment into Pakistan. One of the companies from Sweden, namely Ecolund, is already working jointly with the Packages Mall in Pakistan. Presence and availability of the representative of the Ministry of Commerce in Stockholm, Embassy of Pakistan in Stockholm, the Embassy of Pakistan in Stockholm, who are readily available for all kinds of assistance and support that is required by the company, and their requests would be promptly addressed. Given the current scenario and the bright opportunities that Pakistan is offering, we encourage the companies to come and invest in Pakistan. It would be a win-win situation for both countries, enhancing bilateral ties as well. As you're aware, there is a sizable Pakistani diaspora present in Sweden and the remaining 6 Scandinavian countries. They can also play an important role in strengthening the ties between the two countries. Lastly, the tremendous potential that exists for tourism in both countries also needs to be exploited. The government of Pakistan has undertaken major initiatives to attract foreign tourists, and it is hoped that tourists from Sweden and neighboring countries would be able to visit Pakistan soon after the pandemic situation improves globally. Moreover, Pakistan can also benefit from the Swedish experience for development of tourism in Pakistan through the participation and investment of private companies from Sweden. With that, I'd like to end with my speech. I thank you all for this patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humair Kareem, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Pakistan. May I request now Mr. Sami Saab, Director General, SEZ's Board of National Pakistan, to please highlight the incentives available in special economic zones.
Thank you. Can you please enable the screen share option?
You can share your screen, please.
The option is disabled at your part.
Please check again.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, I feel privileged to speak with such an august gathering, which is keen and committed to economic uplift and industrialization of Pakistan. Let me start with my presentation with the words of the Prime Minister. This is a time to invest in Pakistan. Don't miss the boat. You can well imagine with the bird's eye view that Pakistan is one of the top 10 countries having natural resources. Pakistan is the second largest salt reserve, third largest copper reserves, fifth largest gold reserves, fifth largest gold reserve, fourth largest cotton producer, fourth largest milk producer, eighth largest wheat producer, ninth largest meat producer. So you can well imagine the potential of Pakistan with these few figures. Pakistan is also the home of multinational business organizations. A few of them I have shown here. You can see it on the screen. One of the many options that Pakistan possesses is the special economic zones, which is basically the main topic of my presentation. The SEZ in Pakistan is being governed under the Special Economic Zones Act 2012, and special economic zones in Pakistan are basically the geographically defined and delimited areas which have been approved and notified by the BOA. Special economic zones in Pakistan can be established in three modes: public sector, private sector, and public-private partnership mode. So you can see that private sector SEZs can be also established in Pakistan. So this is one of the opportunity for the foreign as well as the local investors, that they can establish their own SEZs and they can come into the business of the SEZs. This is the SEZ's governance structure. It's basically the three-tier structure: federal government, then the provincial government, and the SEZ's committees at the zone level. And all these tiers are basically committed to facilitate the zone developer and the zone enterprises. With respect to the role of Board of Investment, Board of Investments is basically responsible for coordinating all activities pertaining to SEZs, from zone applications, from processing of zone applications to the international and domestic promotion of the investments, and to provide all kind of facilitation, including processing of additional incentives in the selective SEZs if they are the high-tech SEZs. This is basically a SEZ's approval flow chart. You can say that whenever any private developer or a public sector entity wants to establish an SEZ, they give an application, and that application is thereafter assessed at the level of the Board of Investment, and thereafter notified it, and that specific area which has a minimum area of 50 acres is notified as a special economic zones. Currently, Pakistan has 22 special economic zones. A few of them are at an advanced stage, while some of them are at an initial stage. Two of the SEZs established under the CPEC BRI are at a quite advanced stage. One of them is the Rashakai and the other is in Alam-Iqbal SEZ. These are the 9 special economic zones that we are being developed under the umbrella of the CPEC. These are the few salient features of the investment policy which are necessary to highlight here. Pakistan provides the equal treatment to the local as well as to the foreign investors. All economic sectors are open for the foreign direct investment, except a few restricted sectors that include the arms and ammunitions, high explosives, and radioactive substances. Others are all open. We don't have any minimum foreign equity requirement. 100% foreign ownership is allowed in Pakistan. Similarly, visa on arrival facilities also provided. Facilitation to the companies are also provided by the Board of Investment for establishing branch and liaison offices. Can you mute the mic? Dr. Usman, may I request you to kindly mute the mic? Through the SEZs, we also provide the industrial clusterizations. Pakistan also provides 100% repatriation of profits, capitals, and dividends. And similarly, investment protection is also covered under the law in the SEZs. These are the incentive package which we are offering in the SEZs. We have categorized the incentives into the 2 categories, one with respect to the developers and the other with respect to the zone enterprises. For developers, we have exempted all capital goods which will be essential for the establishment of our zone. So custom duty exemption is will be available to the developers for the import of capital goods. Similarly, all developers of the zones will be entitled to get 10 years income tax holiday. So this is a good opportunity for the foreign investors to think about the establishment of SEZs in Pakistan. Similarly, with respect to the zone enterprises, Pakistan provides custom duty exemption on import of capital goods. Similarly, every entity which established its business into the SEZs in Pakistan will be entitled to get 10 years income tax holiday. For the provision of utilities, federal and provincial governments are responsible to ensure all utilities, including electricity, gas, and water, to the doorstep of the enterprise, and developer is responsible to provide all this. This is the definition of the capital goods. You can see that it's a very broader term, very broadly defined terminology. So it covers almost all the essential items that a zone enterprise can require for the establishment of their plant, their industry. it includes plant, machinery, equipment, spares, and accessories. All is custom duty exempted. Recently, government has also taken a very liberal step to promote SECs, and it's basically the Sole Enterprise SECs Regulations 2020. With these regulations, Pakistani government has allowed to establish even a single company SECs. Now, a single company, if meets certain criteria, can also enjoy the benefit of the SECs, even though it is outside the premises of any recently established SEC. This is the minimum requirement policy parameters for the sole enterprise or the single company SECs. You can see that for this purpose, the company has to meet the 30% financing through equity. If any company is committed to start commercial production within 24 months and committed to meet one of the criteria, either its investment is $50 million or it is committed to export at least $75 million in the next 5 years. So that company is basically entitled to get the status of the single company SECs. Some of the relaxations are also given in this policy in certain designated areas and in 5 import substitution sectors. These are the 68 districts where 50% relaxation has been given in the policy parameters. So in these areas, if any company is ready to invest only $25 million, Board of Investment can consider its proposal to grant the SEC status to that specific company, provided it meets certain criteria. Similarly, these are the top 5 importing sectors. If the company is committed or having a business in these 5 sectors, so the minimum investment requirement, that is $50 million, is also reduced to only to the $25 million. So these are the big initiatives to promote investments in the country. To invite more FDI, now all the applications are being processed through the SEC's modules, and the link of SEC modules you can see here is also available on the BRI website. So all companies which are interested in Pakistan, they can only log on this link and can file their application to get the plots in the SEC. So now the procedure is very easy. And BRI is definitely here to facilitate all type of investments. So thank you very much. Thank you. This was all about the SECs. I hope the next speakers can also enlighten the audience with respect to the other opportunities available in the SECs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sami. Can you please exit your screen share? Okay, thank you very much. SECs are managed by autonomous bodies running on modern lines. We have with us Mr. Hassan Daud Bhatt. He is CEO of BOIT KPK. He would apprise us about ground level management and working of SECs. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on wherever you are. It's a great honor to be part of this webinar, and the level of participation. I'm just reading the numbers now. It's more than 128. So this speaks of the volume of interest and the great work that I think Ambassador Zahoor and his team and all the other colleagues from the embassies have worked. I would also like to make mention of the Chinese embassy also and the ambassador for highlighting the important features and how China is looking at BRI in times to come. Sir, I would take about 8 minutes for a short presentation, followed by a 2 minutes video. to ensure that you guys come and visit Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And earlier it was known as the land of opportunities, and now it is known as the land of growing opportunities. So with this, I'll share my presentation with you, ladies and gentlemen. And is it visible to you all?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as was highlighted earlier, this phase of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor involves trade and market access, it involves industrial development and global value chains, socio-economic development and poverty alleviation, agriculture, a blue economy, and regional connectivity. So, except for perhaps a little bit of blue economy, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa features in almost all and is one of the most important province of Pakistan, not because that I represent Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but various reasons which I'll highlight a little later. So we are the gateway to Central Asia, and we are the neighboring province of Afghanistan. And as we speak, we are working on opening new border crossings with Afghanistan so that the trade and commerce activity along the border and also what we produce here in Pakistan and especially in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa could be exported out of Pakistan, not just to Afghanistan, but to the Central Asian Republic. We have a population of about 35 million plus, and I assure you these are hardworking, pragmatic people who are willing to contribute to the not just to the Pakistan's economy, but have historically been working outside Pakistan and have contributed to respective GDPs. It has a area of about 101,741 square kilometers, and it has 35 districts and 7 divisions. And with the merger of newly merged districts, we have great potential of mines and minerals and other areas, which I'll highlight a little later. We have huge agriculture base. We have a lot of potential, and I'll share this presentation with my colleagues in the embassy, and I would request them to share it with with all those who are interested. We have huge potential of gemstones, mines and minerals. We are blessed with water, which produces and has the potential to produce around 30,000 megawatt of energy, and we're working as one of our priority areas. And we have gemstones and mining as one of the areas where a lot of exports is done. We also have a huge resource base for horticulture, livestock, and tourism and hospitality, which are our priority area. And besides that, since we are talking about with countries, and this webinar mainly showcases our relationship with China and also with the European Union countries and states, I would also like to highlight IT and education and vocational training is another area where we would like to have investment. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would just take about 2 minutes to highlight what are our aspirations and how are we looking at CPEC and also global investment to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So, as far as China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is concerned, and by the way, I forgot to mention my friend Askari Sahab, who has been very active in arranging such seminars on BRI and CPEC. So, with this said, what had happened earlier in last 5 years, and in those 5 years, earlier 2 years was spent on understanding the kind of cooperation we have. In the past 3 years, the level of cooperation within China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and the industrial development that we envisage through this cooperation has grown profoundly. And from G to G prism, we are now moving into B2B cooperation, and we're looking at areas that are flash in front of you, from hospitality, logistics, housing, mining, IT and electronics, apparel and textile, and several others. And based on this, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, our pillar industries, starting from petrochemical, based on our natural endowment, we are also looking at automobile and related industries to come and benefit, because as the chairman BRI also highlighted, we are a huge consumer market, and perhaps any investor who's looking at as a market He's looking at efficiency, he's looking at cheap labor, and he's looking at natural resources. I think Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is the place, and it's ideally suited based on the location that I earlier mentioned. We are working on tourism, hydel energy, infrastructure, electronics, agriculture, livestock. And all this is done is to attract foreign direct investment, balance our current account deficit, revenue generation, job creation. And we're looking at industry which is export oriented. Import substitution could take place, technology transfer, and also we want to highlight the value chain, and linking ourselves with the not just the regional value chain but also with the global value chains. And perhaps Chairman Bio also highlighted this. So what we are looking at, as I said earlier, we're looking at investment industry which helps us to substitute imports, promote export, create jobs, direct and indirect. And we're looking at joint ventures in automobile, iron, steel, textile, petrochemical, and all the other. And for that, what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're crafting incentives, not that the ones that were highlighted earlier by my colleague Sami Saab, but also at provincial level, we're looking at our policies and policy framework through which we can have incentives that are efficient, that are performance-based, that are harmonized with our national investment policies, that are non-discriminatory, and more importantly, regionally competitive. And I heard in the introductory phase, we have colleagues from Laos, and we, in our preparation for this, worked on Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, in order to, and also Bangladesh, in order to work on incentives that can attract my friends from Europe and beyond. So in the past 1 year since I've joined, we worked on our industrial policy. We have approved, the cabinet has approved our industrial policies, which offers a lot of incentives. We have also worked on commerce and trade strategy, which looks at commerce as a major component of economic growth, and looks at how we can attract new markets for our SME sector also to promote. Besides this, we are looking at, we have worked on our investment promotion strategy, and that is in the process of approval, and hopefully by next week we will have this available. So a lot of work is happening, and all this is happening is to attract you, ladies and gentlemen, to come and look at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as a zone, as a place where your investments are safe, where you can make profit and also contribute to the socio-economic development of our province. So as Sami Saab highlighted earlier, we have Rashakai Special Economic Zone and also Moman Marble City as part of the CPEC framework. And these two, ladies and gentlemen, these two zones are extremely, extremely important for us for actually being a stimulus to our industrial growth, being a stimulus to our economic growth. And for that, we are working on a lot of attractiveness for Rashakai, and the key features are, ladies and gentlemen, it's based on an SPV which has China Roads and Bridges Corporation, which has KP ESMEC, which is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Economic Zone Development Authority. We have I represent KP CISA, and also the objective is to have an SPV which can attract and help produce promotion for economic growth. We also have, ladies and gentlemen, a total area of 1,000 acres, and out of this, 778 acres are for leasable, and we are asking for a lot of, and this has been linked digitally so that this investment flow can shape up. The development would happen in 3 phases. First phase, we'll have development on 247 acres, and then in second phase, as investment flows increases, we'll have 355 acres, and then following to that would be 399 acres. Ladies and gentlemen, as Sami Saab has highlighted, our policy, National SCZ Act highlights the fact that the utilities are to be provided at the front of the special economic zone at 0 point, and as we speak, provision of electricity for 10 megawatt has been provisioned, and for 210 remaining would be provisioned through government resources, and also gas would be provisioned by November this year. The access roads have been completed and almost 80% completed, and we are expecting groundbreaking. We had arranged groundbreaking 27th of March, but because of COVID restrictions, those have been postponed, and perhaps soon after our holy month, we'll have this arranged. What we are having within the Rashakai is based on, since it's a project which is important to demonstrate government's willingness, not just in terms of industrialization, but having sustainable and green industry in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We are looking at combined effluent plant. We're looking at security system, plotting based on the requirement, and incentives, ladies and gentlemen, which I have highlighted and Sami highlighted. We can also further work on based on the investment that you do. And I assure you that the Board of Investment at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa would provide you the kind of hand-holding that you expect. And as an investment attraction body, we will provide you the one window facilitation. And if you could go to our website, www.kpboit.com.pk, you would find all these highlighted in great detail. So what we are looking at financial impact, we're looking at around 200,000 jobs, with around 50,000 direct jobs. We're looking at sectors that I've highlighted, and this is how the development flow will take phase. The main road is in front of you. So I'm quickly moving these, and I'll share these slides with you. And this is the recent visit of the Chinese ambassador and our chairman CPEC just last week, looking at the possibilities of how to fast track this investment. And as I said, this is extremely important for us. And entire government machinery of industries is focused on this project as we speak. Besides this, ladies and gentlemen, within CPEC, we are also highlighting some other areas of mutual cooperation. And I think my friends and colleagues who are in Europe could look at these possibilities, because agriculture and livestock is an area where you have excellence, and we would like to shift that to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where there's huge natural endowment for this. Tourism is another area. This is the priority sector, not just at the federal government level, but Prime Minister of Pakistan and also the Chief Minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is focused on this. We are introducing a novel idea of integrated tourism zones in 4 beautiful sites, and I would at this point say it's seeing and is believing, but I would encourage my colleagues to come and look as soon as the travel restrictions are lifted, and we will provide you all the facilities and information that is required. Similarly, in mines and mineral sectors, we are blessed with placer gold, emerald mines, and in my website, if you'll go, you'll find details about the opportunities, and especially in marble sector, where we have great natural endowment of white marble, one of the best in the world. And we're looking at possibilities of research and development, marketing, and value addition in terms of this sector. And I would encourage my colleagues, investors, to come and look at this as possible area. Due possible time, I would skip these slides, but we are also looking at light engineering, and because there's a huge consumer market, we're looking at cellular phones, we're looking at light engineering consumer products, and I think this is also an area where we can have joint ventures, and we can have third-party participation, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Board of Investment would facilitate any sort of joint ventures and marriage between investors, not just within Pakistan, but also China and Europe. Iron and steel and cement is also an area because of the affordable Naya Pakistan housing scheme. There's a huge demand of iron, steel, cement, and all industry related to housing and infrastructure development, because there is a gap of infrastructure in Pakistan, and we would like to bridge this through investment flow coming from abroad. So last but not the least, I would quickly play the video so that Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and
Thank you, Mr.
come and
Hassan
invest
Daud.
in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Great, great. Thank you, Mr. Hassan Daud Saab. FADMIC is one of the most successful SCG in Pakistan. We have with us its chairman, Mia Kashif Ishfaq. Sir, please go ahead and highlight the opportunities available in FADMIC. Kashif Saab, we can't hear you.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Excellency and dear friends, distinguished guests, everyone, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mia Kashif Ishfaq, and I am the chairman for a company. It's a public-owned company named FEDMIC, Faisalabad Industrial Estate Development and Management Company. And this FEDMIC company was formed in 2004, and it is the largest industrial zone development company in Pakistan. We are based in province of Punjab, and we have 4 zones, SCZs working in Punjab, which this company is running. And the good thing is that we are very strategic. We have very strategic location in Punjab. We are just 1 hour and 20 minutes from Lahore by road if we travel, and we are along the motorway. We have 2 motorways connecting to our zones. One motorway which is coming from Islamabad going to Multan. We are right on that motorway, and the other one is going from Lahore to Multan. So both the motorways connects to our zones. So I like to share a small presentation with you guys. If you can please allow me to share this with you. This, in fact, I just spoke about this. Another important area I like to share here. We have one of the zones which come under the CPEC, namely Allama Iqbal Industrial City. And the total area we cover is about 8,000 acres. We have just across the road, our older zone is M3 Industrial City, which is about 4,300 acres. And the new one is 3,300 acres. And then we have one business zone of 300 acres. So it become 8,000 acres. This is the largest area we own here in Punjab. And this is the map on which you can see the location of Faisalabad. Faisalabad is a 3rd biggest city in Pakistan, and it is called Manchester of Pakistan. It's a textile city. Most of the textile in Pakistan is being produced in Faisalabad, and we are away from the city about 35 kilometers. So now our old industry, they are also shifting gradually to these zones, as well as we are inviting new industry from all over the world, especially in this new CPEC zone, Allama Iqbal. We have a sufficient space, and we have dedicated 1,000 acres, especially for the Chinese who will relocate their industry from China to Pakistan. As you see in the screen, that we have these 4 zones currently working under this company, and it's in Punjab, Faisalabad, and Faisalabad city. And then this is the detail when we started this value addition, and then M3 and then Allama Iqbal and business zone. Business zone is a very, very attractive option we have. We are developing expo center over there, techno park, hotels, apartments, country and golf club, technical university, many commercial opportunities, outlet mall we are developing there. So there are a lot of opportunities in business zone also. These are the incentive already we have discussed. Board of investment team, they have already highlighted. We are a SCZ, and we have zero duty on import of raw material and machinery, and then we have 10-year income tax holiday. And the very good option we have is that when you purchase land, you just need to pay 15%, and rest of the amount you have to pay in 16 installments over the 4-year period. So if, for example, anyone comes and invest here, just pay deposit 15% and rest you pay in installments. So in fact, you develop your industry, you earn from here and then pay to our company. So it's a very, very reasonable uh, uh, offer of installments, and also our plot price is very, very reasonable. Our policy is just, when you get the allotment of plot, within 6 months you have to start the construction, and within 2 years you have to come into the production. This is our policy. We have complete state-of-the-art infrastructure, and the good thing is that we have bound-to-bound status. For example, any customer, any industry, they would like to bring the raw material from anywhere of the any part of the world. They can bring the raw material duty free. They can assemble, manufacture, and send back to export to anywhere in the world. And the most important thing is that there was earlier there was an impression that especially overseas Pakistani, when they come and they like to invest in Pakistan, so they always have this impression that when we come and we start the business, there are a lot of obstacles they face into government and other departments. Now we have a complete one window service center. There are 17 various departments where we facilitate to our customer, ensure that they get the electricity, gas, all the NOCs and MAP approvals. We have a dedicated team for our customer, like a marketing team, train team, who facilitate as a focal person to all our all our businesses, our industry, all our customers. So this is one very, very important thing, that if you are here with us, you have you do not worry for anything. For all the issues, we will be taking care of. And this, which I was telling you, we are this black, if you can see this motorway M4 and M3, we connecting to both the motorways. We have a super express highway. We are developing a cargo airport. We have a shuttle train coming from city to our zone. We have a dry port nearby, and railway track is going through our zone. So we're developing a dry port, setup for a train, through train goods to be shipped to Karachi, and from there shipment to all over the world. Then we have two different interchanges on the motorway. So there are many, many options we have in this service zone. And in infrastructure, we have like model police station, disaster management cell, we have a road network, solid waste management. We are also investing on captive. We have some options of captive power, which we are going to install in our zones to lower the cost of energy, to in order to be more competitive, with the international market. We're planning to have some captive energy options. So in that case, we will have better energy prices and uninterrupted energy prices. We are safe zone, we safe city, we solid waste management, we have complete solution. So these are the some of the features of our infrastructure. And then we have different blocks of Chinese, GCC, Turkish, Europe, US, and then we have a complete chain of technical education institutes, where because in our these 8,000 acres, we expect about 500,000 skilled labor in next 3 to 4 years. So we have been collaborating with all these Pakistani different technical institutes, where we will be producing the technical people, skilled people to facilitate the upcoming industry. And then if we come into industry, we have a Weaving City concept. It's like a plug and play. We develop your complete sheds. You just come and install your power looms and start working here. It's a rental lease model. Then we have dedicated 200-acre health city where we are accommodating, we are developing a DRAP, like policy for this health city. Ministry of Science and Technology is helping us. Our health-based products are mostly from, we import in Pakistan. So our government is very keen to, bring the investor from the world, who comes here. Like we have six already industry who are coming here. Like one is from USA. They are going to start syringes and needles manufacturing here. One of the companies going to develop stents and catheters and other stuff. And many other companies we are inviting for the health care products. So this health city 200 dedicated area is particularly for these type of customer. And then we are developing apparel park, vertical buildings, state of the art buildings, plug and play for the stitching units. Like any company, they just bring their machines and stuff, and they can start immediately their business in our zone. This is one of the initiative we are taking care. And then light engineering city for 300 acre, and then furniture city we are developing, because from our zone only 16 kilometers away we have a complete furniture city called Chanute. So we're bringing all the technical support from there, and the manufacturer of small and medium size. We are facilitating them and developing this furniture city. And then we have a complete logistic park where we're developing warehouses and all the facilities for logistic arrangements. Then we have commercial area, commercial plots, country and golf club, as I said earlier. So we have lot of opportunities and facilities under one roof, one area over there in Faisalabad SCC. This is a map of our Illama Iqbal, particularly which comes under CPEC. The price is for this zone is about $58,000 per acre. So minimum plot size is about 2 acre, and up to any size you can choose as per the business requirement. So in this $58,000, you have to pay just 15% advance, and you can get the possession and start your work, and rest you pay in 4-year installments. Some of the customers we already have inside the zone, especially this is a new zone, Illama Iqbal, the CPEC one. These are the customers, we're from China, from for different sectors. And now a good thing is that even you can register your application while sitting outside through online portal system. You can, we will send you this presentation and the information. Easily you can go and check all the incentives and details, and also you can book your plot. And we also have like a complete in-house setup of marketing team who will facilitate you. If you send us any message in the like online system, they will connect you, they will give you all the information, they will support you. If even you are sitting there, we going to help you here for the registration of your company in SECP, opening of bank account, other options of like NTN and other stuff. So we have a complete team to help you for registration of your company. And these are the sectors so far we have covered in our zones. You can see we cover mostly all the important sectors. And this is the business zone connecting to both the zone. One is M3 and the other one is Illama Iqbal. So this comes next to these both zones. This is what I was telling earlier, like Country and Golf Club, Expo Center, apartment building, Techno Park. So this zone will support to both the zones. Detail of the prices and it's this presentation. I can email you same thing which I just spoke. And these are the paddle park concept, a complete detail. I'll send you the presentation. I request if you can send it to everyone so that they can study later. This is a concept of furniture city, health city, and one window service center. And then we also planning this. It's one of our new initiative. We are developing a new zone of on 1500 acre. It will also be SCZ. This is an agro-based industrial park. This we are into phase of R&D right now, and because we are an agriculture country, so we have a lot of opportunities. We import a lot of products from abroad. So we are mainly focusing in first phase import substitution and then the export of agriculture-based products. That's all from me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mia Kashisa. Very strong case, in fact. Can you please exit your screen?
And sorry, I just want to share here, like I'll send you my email, contact, my staff detail, and this presentation. So you can please share with them. Anyone needs any help, any information, you're always welcome. We also have one office in Lahore. If anyone comes to Lahore, it is very convenient. We can take them to our zone. We can facilitate them in our Lahore office. We have temporary offices in our Lahore office. If they need to come and sit and use our office, boardroom facility, anything, we are right in the center of the city, Gulbarg, Lahore. So
That's
this is
fantastic.
one of the other.
Thank you. That's fantastic. That would be very helpful, in fact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Business Sweden is playing an important part when it comes to providing support and assistance to Swedish companies for overseas market expansion. We have with us Commissioner for Business Sweden, Mr. Anders Tofte, and he would be spotlighting these support measures that Business Sweden is providing to Swedish companies. Yes, Mr. Anders Tofte, please go ahead. You have to unmute, I guess. We can't hear you.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Excellencies, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for inviting Business Sweden, the Swedish Trade and Investment Council, to this event here today. I will give you the picture of what we can do. We have two missions. One is to help Swedish companies to grow their sales globally. Second, to help international companies to invest and expand in Sweden. But that's in both directions. It's also Swedish companies to expand and invest abroad. With our mandate, who is pretty unique, with one foot in the government, in the diplomatic part of Trade Commissioner and the Trade Commissioner's office, and the other foot in pure business development and management consulting. That gives us a mandate, that gives us a strength that you all can leverage on. And that's a very strong mandate for the Swedish government and the Swedish industry and business. We are in over 40 markets. We have more than 50 offices, and we are more than 400 people out there in the market, both locals and Swedes. And that also gives us a strength. We are former business leaders. We are management consultants, and we can help on the ground. I will show you our service offering, but I think the most important part to show you is that We help you to grow, we help you to invest, and we minimize the risk. And as a lot of people before me have said in this event, minimize the risks and take all obstacles away. That's our main goal. This is the most important slide. It's our service offering. If you look at the left-hand side, this is government services. If you look at the right-hand side, that is our business and consulting services, and they are mixed. I would like to mention a couple of them who could be interesting for you in this event here today. If you look at the left-hand side, of course, we will help SMEs to grow, and we have special government programs and fundings for that. But I think that the ecosystem growth programs are even more important. The Swedish government has a program together with the Foreign Office who is called High Potential Opportunities. And that includes Swedish companies partnering with companies in your country and partnering with the best in the world in cases that are worth more than 2 billion Swedish crowns. And we are running this program over time. We also work with all kinds of operational things, as many before me have said here today, to help companies to in their daily work, trade facilitations. And we help people and companies, and both the Swedish side and the Pakistani side, to invest both in Sweden and also in Pakistan. On another side, there is another things I would like to mention, because minimize the risk is really important. I would say that in the market expansion, we help a lot of Swedish companies with the global expansion strategies, but the market entry and to get the companies growing when they have done the entry, that's even more important. And one of the things right now on the agenda is, of course, mergers and acquisitions. In this event, we also have lots of people from all kinds of businesses, government, states, other stakeholders. I will say that the business to government, the government to government are a really important part, and we can help you all with stakeholders management and coordinate the things. A couple of small words about what we're doing today in Pakistan. We have a great team already in the country. And I will say what our ambassador, Mr. Henrik Persson, he's one of the most experienced ambassadors, if you call it in international business experience, and an old colleague to us. He, together with his team and the Business Society from Sweden in both Lahore and Karachi and Islamabad, are today representing around 40 Swedish companies. To mention a couple of them, Tetra Pak have been in the country for a long time. IKEA, Saab, Ecoline, Ericsson, and on the investment part, Tundra Funds. We could be more, we should be more for this land of growing opportunities. I also would like to mention the close cooperation with the Board of Investment. That's a really strong and important part. So, with that said, don't hesitate to reach out to me or one of my colleagues or to our ambassador, Mr. Henrik Persson. We're here for you, and we're here to help. Thank you so much for this opportunity to say a couple of words of Business Sweden, the Swedish Trade and Investment Council. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anders Tofte. Innovation Norway, like the Business Sweden is providing enabling environment in Sweden, Innovation Norway is doing the same kind of facilitation and service in Norway. And we have with us Mr. Ole Hanias. He would in fact highlight the business facilitation Innovation Norway is providing to Norwegian companies for overseas market expansion. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You can see my screen.
In fact, Mr. Andesh, you have to exit your screen, please. Mr. Oli, you can share your screen. I guess it would work. It would work.
Okay.
Yes. Now we can see it.
You can see it. Thank you very much.
We are not seeing your screen, Mr. Oily. Can you please share your screen?
I will try again.
Yeah. Mr. Andesh, you have to exit your screen, I guess.
Yes, I'm trying. Let's see.
I guess there should be an option there. Yes, Mr. Ali, you please share your screen now. Give it a one more try.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about now?
Something stuck up, I guess.
Yeah, it says here on my screen that I am screen sharing.
Now you go ahead. Now you give one more try. Now it will work.
Yeah.
Yes, here we are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Sir, we can't hear you, sir.
May I know who is speaking, please? Mr. Oile, you
okay.
Go ahead. We can listen to you.
I will go ahead. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the time to present Innovation Norway and a little bit about what we can offer. I am Ole Hennes. I am the Regional Director, Asia and Middle East. Innovation Norway, we spend a lot of Norwegian taxpayers' money. The Norwegian government invests in Innovation Norway for us to assist Norwegian businesses innovate and grow, both in Norway and abroad. We are owned 51% by the Norwegian Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries, and 49% by the Norwegian counties. We shall be a sparring partner for businesses in all regions in Norway by meeting businesses where they are and being easy to use. We prioritize those businesses who have capabilities and the will and ability to grow. And we are using business needs as a starting point and providing businesses with the relevant information about market opportunities. So this event is important for us to understand opportunities in Pakistan better. We are dependent on strong regional partnerships in Norway. That is important to us. And one of our goals is to create jobs throughout Norway by helping to build innovative ecosystems that address regional challenges and linking regional challenges and opportunities to national and international needs. We want to contribute to businesses solving global challenges, and we are working with that by mobilizing Norwegian environment to innovation projects and programs like, for instance, Horizon Europe's clusters and missions, and by ensuring that more Norwegian companies can deliver new innovative solutions to public sectors, both in Norway, but also abroad. And of course, contributing to sustainable growth and export of Norwegian businesses is important to Norwegian economy. So we are working to ensure that more companies are successful in achieving sustainable growth and exports by lifting the best companies into international markets and building new export industries, by challenging our customers, the Norwegian businesses, to assess sustainability risks, by connecting expertise and capital so that more companies can succeed in markets like Pakistan, and by developing financial instruments for the growth phase to reduce risk, just as Business Sweden mentioned, and also triggering private capital. We are an international company with some 30 offices outside Norway. So basically, we are a sparring partner that offer expertise, networks, and capital for enterprises with ambitions throughout Norway, businesses who wants to grow not only in Norway, but also abroad. And we work with those who believe they can change the world, with people who are passionate about developing products and services that the people of Pakistan is willing to pay for. We meet businesses with curiosity, expertise, and a willingness to persevere until your goals are reached. And we also put businesses in touch with private and public stakeholders that can help the enterprises to grow. And we know that our services work. The companies that get assistance from Innovation Norway, they achieve 9.4% higher annual growth in sales revenues compared to other companies. They have a higher value creation than other companies, higher productivity, and they employ more employees. So if any of you are contacted by Norwegian companies, feel free to send them to us, because we can help them to grow and we can help them to develop together with you. We are close to the Norwegian companies throughout Norway. We have offices all around the country. And as I mentioned, we have offices across the world. My region, Middle East and Asia, consists of offices in Dubai, New Delhi, Singapore, Hanoi, Shanghai, Beijing, Seoul, and Tokyo. And in this region, all our offices is co-organized together with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, meaning that these offices are a part of the missions to these countries. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are the basis for our strategy. Our work with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals will strengthen our position as a relevant partner for industry and commerce, and ensure that sustainability becomes a competitive advantage for Norway, but also for the companies. We believe that sustainability improves competitiveness and drives innovation and development. Developing sustainable solutions and business models is central to our work with the businesses. In funding cases, when we supply funding to the Norwegian businesses and to international projects, we evaluate the project based on a three-part bottom line: economy, environment, and society, or the three Ps, if you like: people, planet, and profit. So, for short, you can say that if a Norwegian company needs good advice, strong networks, or money, they can contact us. So my goal with this has been to tell you a little bit about Innovation Norway, who we are and what we do. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any question regarding our services, feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
Unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute it. Thank you very much, Mr. Ole Ahanias. Now we have Ma'am Linda Gandios. She's in fact head of Department of Trade, Denmark. She would be making a presentation detailing the facilitation the department is offering for the Danish companies for overseas market expansion. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And you should have received my presentation for sharing.
Yeah, I shared.
Perfect. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving us this opportunity to, just like our Scandinavian colleagues, presenting the Trade Council of Denmark and our services. From my end, I cannot see your screen. Am I the only one?
जी गुलाम मुस्तफा साहब वो स्क्रीन पे कुछ आ नहीं रहा स्क्रीन या एक आध स्लाइड आगे करें देखें maybe you can do it again जी now if you
we can see it on the slide now
we can see
this we can see the slide.
You can see the slide now.
Yes, now we can. So if you go to full screen, please, and second slide. Thank you very much. I'm representing the Trade Council of Denmark, and we have in Denmark a little bit of a different setup than in our Scandinavian countries. The Trade Council of Denmark has since 2000 been part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our Foreign Service. We have three main commercial activities within the Trade Council. One being assisting Danish companies exporting abroad, also for Pakistan market. Two, attracting foreign investments to Denmark through our Invest in Denmark program. And thirdly, together with the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, facilitating a network of 8 innovation centers placed around in the world in sort of global tech hotspots. So we are in Silicon Valley, Boston, Tel Aviv, Shanghai, Munich, and a couple of other places. As part of the Foreign Service, obviously, we have a broad range of representatives in the commercial section in all of our embassies. We offer consultancy services to the Danish companies, and I will say a little bit about today what it is we're doing and within which sectors. If I may ask you to go to the third slide, please. Being a little more specific on the services that we offer. Now, we all know that the last year in operation have been very different from previous years. We can see that a national economy like the Danish one, where export markets is of huge importance to 90% of the Danish companies, that the fact that travels have been limited obviously has been a huge challenge. So we have created a new program called Boots on the Ground, which basically means that we, through our representations in various markets, can assist companies with their activities for those who are already exporting to those countries. Otherwise, our services include market research, a go-to-market strategy planning for Danish companies, the notion of government and public affairs, so assisting Danish companies navigating in foreign markets through our embassies, and in the case of Pakistan, obviously through our embassy and in partnership with the embassy here in Copenhagen. As I said, we also work within innovation, so bringing together R&D facilities and ideas from Denmark and various markets. We are a small country with a home market of 5.8 million people, so we need to bring in new ideas in order for innovation to continuously thrive in this market. Finally, but not least of the areas that I want to highlight is obviously trade policy. both on the EU agenda, EU-US. I can see we have a number of colleagues from various markets. So there are a number of questions in regards to rules and regulations in the trade area that we also follow and assist Danish companies in navigating in those areas. Moving to the next slide, let me just dwell a little bit on what we have done from the Danish government side in terms of export and innovation and investment in this COVID-19 crisis situation. So a year ago today, the government launched a significant relief packages in order to support Danish exporters. First of all, as part of the official Denmark and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our services for individual companies are not paid from the taxpayer. So there's a co-payment from the companies, an hourly rate that they pay for the services. This has been significantly reduced for small and medium-sized companies. This has been reduced by 75% last year and this year. We've also doubled the funding for joint export promotion activities. Now, unfortunately, like today, many of those delegations take place virtually, but we do hope that we, as soon as possible, again, will be able to do these joint delegations to foreign markets, sometimes including ministers or members of our royal family that we normally do 1 to twice a year. Furthermore, we have established, and I'll come back to it in a little bit, a task force in headquarters assisting the Danish company and a global response team being able to navigate in all of the questions from Danish companies. So a new team based in Copenhagen. And last but not least, we have strengthened our efforts in order to continuously attract foreign investors to Denmark. And for those of you who are following Danish news, you will see that these days a lot of discussion on the future supply on vaccine production. If we move to the next slide, based on the national evaluation of Danish strengths and competences, a number of new clusters have been developed and established this year actually in Denmark. So a total of 14 new clusters have been established. Out of these, we have in the Trade Council decided to focus our activities on the 8 sectors that you see here, where I'm going to highlight maybe just a couple of them today. And I can see we have some fellow representatives from some of the companies. First of all, energy. First of all, energy, of course. Denmark has high ambition on energy and reducing CO2 consumption. As I said, we're an exporting nation, so we are pulling many of our strengths and resources in order to assist the Danish companies within a number of sectors or segments within the energy area. What we have identified here is wind, both on and offshore, energy efficiency in a number of areas, but specifically in industry, and the whole district energy, which is a quite strong sector in Denmark based on many years experience. I would also like to highlight the area of life science and health, where we are supporting Danish companies within life science and pharma, and within sustainable hospitals and elder care. Not only during this crisis is this an important sector for Denmark. The government just launched last Friday a new government strategy for life science, where the assistance to Danish company will have abroad will have an increased importance in our work. Let me move to the next slide, just to give you the contact details and information on our newly established global response team. We have a website where we direct all requests, exporthjelp.nu. So any interest or questions are more than welcome to be directed to that. And let me just end by saying a few words about our activities in Pakistan, if we can go to the next slide. Because this is obviously a partnership, and for our work, it is primarily done through our embassy and our ambassador and her team. And we have divided our service into 4 different categories, or 3 main categories. As I said, the explore phase, where we help with market research, various reports, basically to provide information in order for the companies to make decision on how to go to this market. Secondly, after the initial research phase, moving to engagement, so support companies setting up meeting programs or navigating, as I said, the domain of public affairs. What are the rules and regulations? Who do we need to talk to in order to advance in this business endeavor that they have decided to move forward with? And then finally, on the established phase, when companies are actually establishing themselves in Pakistan, we can help direct to network contacts who can help recruit, who can help identify the correct agents or whatever setup they decide to have in Pakistan. And my last slide and comment will just be to show you the team that are primarily working with the commercial areas headed by the ambassador. And obviously they work closely with us in Copenhagen too, and the business network that we have established regionally in Copenhagen. So to sum up, a service part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Denmark. The Trade Council offers Danish companies the opportunity and overview for exporting, and we also attract foreign investments to Denmark. This is extremely important for a small open economy like Denmark, and therefore we thank you, and especially the ambassador, for reaching out to us and including us in this webinar. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linda, for such an effective presentation. Foreign businesses cannot flourish in an economy without strong local support and joint ventures. To highlight this aspect, we have with us President of Karachi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Pakistan. Karachi Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest and most effective chamber in Pakistan. So I request Mr. M. Sharik Bohra. Sir, please go ahead and present your remarks.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. And I hope I'm audible. All of you can
Sir,
hear
you are
my
audible
voice.
and you are viewable. Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate the embassies of Pakistan and Sweden and Finland for arranging this vibrant roadshow of special economic zones in Pakistan. Before I comment on CPEC opportunities for joint ventures with local partners, let me apprise the audience about the Karachi Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may all know that the Karachi Chamber is the most vibrant and powerful chamber of Pakistan. This is the premier trade body of the country, and we have a strong membership of more than 25,000 businesses and industries. Plus, we have about 55,000 members from different industrial town associations which work under the umbrella of Karachi Chamber. Karachi Chamber has played a great role in presenting the image of Pakistan in the global markets. The achievement has become possible by relentless efforts and engaging all the stakeholders towards a common goal of growth and prosperity. Karachi is the economic hub of Pakistan. It contributes more than 70% revenue to the national exchequer, is an attractive place for investors who can surely earn maximum profits by setting up their businesses and industries through joint ventures also. As you all know, with improved law and order situation and upon completion of China-Pakistan economic corridor and with Gwadar port, this region is likely to attract substantial amount of foreign investment from different parts of the world. Whereas Sweden, Finland, Norway, all can also benefit from the situation by investing or through undertaking joint ventures in Pakistan, particularly in the special economic zones and also in Karachi. The CPEC is a flagship project of China's BRI. It involves construction of roads, rails, seaports, oil, gas pipelines, optic fiber connectivity, cross-border trade, cooperation centers. CPEC project includes establishment of the countrywide 9 priority special economic zones, which we have already discussed. Now, specifically speaking as the president of the Karachi Chamber, I wish to just inform all of this knowledgeable audience that Karachi is the biggest financial center of this country and is the port city of Pakistan. We have 2 ports, one is Karachi port and one is Port Qasim. Karachi as port city serves almost 96% of port logistics to this 222 million people country. And Karachi is the most versatile, diversified, and culturally integrated city. And most of the multinational companies have their offices and their manufacturing facilities in this city. Karachi Chamber of Commerce has hundreds and hundreds of partners, especially in this time when the entire world is looking for projects related to information technology. We have great manpower, educated, skilled, IT educated girls and boys who are contributing for information technology. You might have read in the newspapers that our IT exports is rapidly increasing, has touched about $1.5 billion last year. And in the coming years, this is one of the key areas of the foreign investment, and that is the information technology. Then Karachi has a great potential for value addition of textile products. Companies from Norway, Sweden, Finland, Scandinavian countries, and European Union, they probably have the best opportunity in 50 years of history of the economic development of Pakistan. I personally feel that there has not been a great opportunity than what we have now, because Pakistan is now absolutely, the law and order situation is perfect, peaceful. There are no terrorist activities. The foreigners are coming, and the entire world is now looking for investments in Karachi. Karachi Chamber of Commerce can provide all of your potential investors and companies with feasibility reports, with practical knowledge of their businesses in fisheries, in textiles, in food products, construction-related products, power-related projects, wind power, solar energy, and many other. Karachi is the hub of Pakistan's wind power corridor. Just 70 kilometers from the port of Karachi, we have the biggest wind power corridor, and that corridor is growing. And there is a great opportunity for investment in wind power in Pakistan because the industrial requirement for electrical power is increasing. So we need a lot of power in and around Karachi. Although we have excess power available in the country, but because the distribution system is not great, so there is also a great opportunity that Karachi Chamber can help a lot of companies to come and invest in power distribution businesses. Then the Karachi port operations are increasing because the import and export trade is increasing. So there is a great potential for off-dock terminals because the area around the Port Qasim and Karachi port is limited. So a lot of foreign companies are now taking interest to build off-dock terminals away from the main ports. That is a huge potential for Scandinavian countries because this is sort of a business which has to grow, which will increase. Pakistan's export and import trade is likely to grow more than 7 to 11% in the next 10 years. Although our current GDP is not really encouraging because of the COVID and because of so many other reasons. But with CPEC and with Pakistan's foreign exchange reserves building up, with the confidence of the Pakistanis living abroad has gone up, we have collected more than $1 billion through our Prime Minister Imran Khan's initiative of Roshan Digital Account Facility. That means hundreds and thousands of Pakistanis living outside Pakistan have great confidence on this government, and that potential will also be very useful for the foreign investors. Karachi Chamber of Commerce has a research department. We research on joint venture potentials. So I request all of this audience to get in touch with Karachi Chamber of Commerce. My email ID is president@kcci.com.pk. I'll share it in chat box also. So all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who want their countries' investors and companies to come into new avenues in Pakistan, Karachi Chamber of Commerce is the best platform for you, where we have those members who are already in businesses. So their opportunity to invite investors, their capacity and competence to give you the correct and real-time knowledge about the businesses in Pakistan is dependable, is credible. With all this presentation, verbally though, I would like to conclude with my great thanks to all of you, and with this wish that we all work together to make CPEC a great success for Pakistan's great population, which is looking for everything: investment in food, agriculture, education, coastal development. Resorts in Sindh are a great potential for the tourism industry. So this is endless. The investment opportunities are great. Thanks everybody for your patience, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharik Vohra, for such an effective talk. We believe that, in fact, we would share your contact with the companies here in Nordic countries. And we believe when they contact you, you would help them to make an easy entry into Pakistan, and you would help them to find suitable partners. Because when they have joint ventures, suitable partners at local level, then it's very easy for them to enter into a market like Pakistan. Now we have a very important personality, Mr. Matthias Martinsson. He's been, in fact, a very vibrant investor in Pakistan and represents, in fact, Tundra Founders and still remains one of large investor in Pakistan stock market. I would request Mr. Matthias to share his experience and perspective when it comes to investment in Pakistan.
Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me. I am one of the founders of Tundra Fonder, who is a Swedish asset manager with a focus on sustainable investments in listed companies of low income and lower middle income countries. These are markets that we define as frontier markets or early emerging markets. Today, Tundra manage a global frontier fund, which manage approximately $200 million. Out of this, $50 million is invested in Pakistan. We were early to set up a research office in Pakistan already in 2014, and we today have 3 employees on the ground. We are known for being very positive on Pakistan, but I would actually not agree with that. Rather, I would say that we simply have always viewed Pakistan as any other emerging markets in the world, with its pros and cons. I think for an investor in Pakistan, whether it's listed equities or it's private investments, I think the main differentiating factor for any businessman is what we refer to as the perception arbitrage. And one entrepreneur once told me a very wise thing. He said that 95% of what is written about Pakistan is about the 5% negative of the country. Personally, I've been investing in emerging markets for the last 25 years now. And after 10 years of investing in Pakistan, I conclude that the country carries similar challenges like any emerging markets you would approach. But as the perception of Pakistan is significantly worse than, for example, its neighbor, India, it means that competition is significantly lower. And that means, in turn, that opportunities are plentiful. 2 years ago, in July 2019, I wrote an article on LinkedIn called Pakistan, If Not Now, When? And in that article, I outlined our positive view of the new government who is in place since 2018, who we believe has the potential to put Pakistan on a sustainable growth path. And there are 3 key areas where we believe we see strong advances. We see it on the accountability, which basically means that correcting past mistakes of corruption and make sure that corruption ahead is less than in the history. The second part is documentation. Pakistan actually don't have low taxes, but rather it is the case that too few people pay them. Today, Pakistan has around 2.5 million taxpayers in a country of 200 million people. And the third part, which is about the special economic zones, is exports growth. And when we invest in a company, in our case, we have 3 key pillars that needs to be in place. First of all, that we need strong owners and management of the business we invest in. The second is that there needs to be a structural growth component. We need to see that whatever the company is involved in will grow faster than the economy as a whole for the next decade. And the third part, which is very important, is societal benefits. We want to invest in companies whose success is also good for the country where they operate. And I think if we look for the special economic zones, I think the societal benefits of them succeeding is very clearly there. I think you as potential investors can be very confident that the government will do everything they can to make sure that you succeed if you invest in Pakistan. And the reason for that is that the insufficient export base historically is the main reason why Pakistan has gone through painful economic boom and bust cycles. And the problem is that if you have insufficient export, it means that when your economy expands, instead you have a lot of imports, which makes your current account balance negative, and eventually you have a big devaluation and a reset of the economy. So what we see is that all priorities right now are on improving capital flows to Pakistan and improving exports. And if Pakistan succeeds with growing its export base the way it has done for the last 2 years, I think the country might be able to be on a growth path that we historically have seen India at. So I think when you, as investors, look at Pakistan today, I think you still have the opportunity to use that perception arbitrage that we did when we started investing in Pakistan. You can still invest in an area where most foreign investors are still too afraid. They're still too concerned about the past. And provided that we don't see significant political hurdles ahead, I believe that such an investment will be a very wise decision. So thank you very much again for inviting me. And as you can see, you have my contact details if there are any questions now or later on.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Matthias, for kind words. We appreciate that. And to share his perspective and experience, we have Mr. Jasper Bisbelle. He's in fact Chief Executive Officer of Tiagriam, Denmark. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you. Am I?
Sir, you are audible and viewable. Please go
Perfect.
ahead.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my experiences. Let me say, I've been based in Asia the last 20 years and has done a lot of hello?
Yes, please go ahead, continue.
All right. And I've done a lot of direct business investments in very, I think there's a, all right, I think Dr. Maria, she maybe should unmute.
There is some disturbance.
Yeah, all right, I'll try to speak over her. So Tigerium is a company with a daughter company in Pakistan. We've done direct investment the last 4 years there. And our current focus in Pakistan is twofold right now. It's export quality production, reaching Asian, US, and European markets. And the second part is the domestic market opportunities where we focus on specific residential and commercial opportunities and segments. And that's one of the reasons we have our fully owned subsidiary in Pakistan also. I've gone to Pakistan 10 plus times over the last few years and am holding a 5-year business visa, enabling me easy access. You know, whenever COVID allows me to fly in, I'll fly in. So I'll highlight 3 pluses or 3 highlights I found over these last few years. First one is the high quality of business service options you have in Pakistan. That's legal, it's accounting, and it's banking. So it's very important for any new investors that you have that high level of quality in a country. Everyone speaks very good English. They have high standards of education in these business service areas. So I found that to be a big value add for Pakistan. The second one is to Pakistan's culture and your educational system. It's allowed us to find employees or employee with the characteristics that I look for. So I look for three main things: people with resilience, they know how to get out of a difficult situation. They move on, they move forward. That's very important in an entrepreneurial setting. Second point is good morals. And the third point is they're just pleasant to be around. Those types of qualities I've found in abundance in Pakistan when I look for employees. Third point of pluses I want to say is I've had great welcoming from immigration and from visa staff at airports. I've always felt welcome, and that's not always the case in emerging markets. I can testify to that, but great support from the Pakistan embassy in Copenhagen, from various other, bureaucrats. Other challenges? Yes, of course there are challenges. So let me just give a couple of those. And there have been mentions of some of them before today. There is a fairly high overall tax burden, I'd say that. But going through all the various opportunities with accountants and so on, there are ways to work through that and still benefit the country by paying taxes, but also working efficiently. Second point is that a lot of admin processes and our SECP repatriation processes and so on, they may seem time consuming, but going back to if people pick the right business service provider, high quality, then it's just a step-by-step and very transparent process in my view. So that's some of the pluses and minuses. I'd say a couple of recommendations then for business owners or for business developers coming to, or going to Pakistan. I say the first one, try to find an event or something where you can network or get a sense of the culture. So in my case, I did a 4-day course for directors of public companies. I did that with some two times 2 days in Islamabad. That gave me access or input from a lot of business owners, lawyers, and so on from Pakistan's business. That was a great way, in the early days, getting to get a feel for the culture. The second part, we've already heard from the Trade Council in Denmark, but I used them for a lot of the early market research, a lot of the vetting, a lot of the long listing, short listing, and so on. So don't be afraid of reaching out to whatever country you are from, their local representatives. And then sooner or later, as an investor, you're ready to use the local people also. So I'd say overall, comparing to my 15 years in African emerging markets, I really enjoy Pakistan. I enjoy the business people and the culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jasper. You are always welcome to Pakistan. Great to know you've been so many times to Pakistan.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
All right.
Pakistan Promotion Network Europe is an important organization in Europe. They've been promoting the interests of Pakistan here. We have their president with us. Mr. Zubair, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of the participants and the speakers as well. Now I think we are running off the time, and everybody has clarified much that how important is the CPEC project, and as far as the factor of production are concerned, so there are 4 factor of production: land, labor, capital, and organization. Pakistan, in terms of CPEC, is offering us land and labor, so we have to just set the capital and organization to run a good economy for you and for us as well. I would like to go forward to the Saeed Sheikh Saab, that is from us Pakistani side of the Malmo. He will say some of his words. So please, Saeed Sheikh Saab, if you hear me. Saeed Sheikh Saab.
Okay, so where sir, we can take him on later. If you are done, we can go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have much to say because we are running out of time now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for understanding. Mr. Haji Ibrahim Saab, please go ahead. Haji Ibrahim Saab.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning and good afternoon to everybody. And I just like to congratulate for the nice forum. And being as an investor and foods on the ground in 7 countries, I just like to participate in this forum that Pakistan is the most growing market at the moment, and the biggest return is giving at the moment in Pakistan. You talk about any sector, you talk about industry, you talk about retail, you talk about anything. So we are bringing 3 joint ventures in Pakistan, and all of 3 peoples are very, very happy to come to us, to Pakistan. They had visited the Faisalabad industrial zone. So I just want to share our experience of my friends who was joining us to put this project. So once I bring them to Faisalabad, the industrial zone, Mr. Kashif had already given the introduction. So they was very happy. And the one window operation was very, very supporting the investors. And now the process of company formation is going on. And I just like to say that Pakistan currently is the most dynamic country in the region in terms of investment. So this is what I just want to share. And if anybody needs, because I'm being a large size investor in the region, in Scandinavian, in Middle East, in China. So being as an investor, if somebody needs our expertise or help or support, other than the diplomatic side, we are always there to help you out, to make things go very fast and easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim Saab. Mr. Saeed Sheikh Saab, please go ahead. Mr. Saeed Sheikh Saab, are you there?
Saeed Sheikh Saab, please unmute your mic.
Please unmute
yes.
your mic. Yes, you are audible now.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for all participators and excellencies to invite me here at this Zoom meeting. I can say one thing, that Scandinavians should take a step forward to invest in CPEC Pakistan. There are several initiatives has been already taken, and Pakistan is a land of growing and great opportunities with almost 230 million people. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Now the house is open. If somebody wants to ask any question or pass any comments, he is welcome. Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Tausif Zamanji, Islamabad, I'm former Senior Vice President, Islamabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry. और इंटरनेशनल स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन हमारा जॉइंट वेंचर है. हम लोग पाकिस्तान में मुख्तलिफ सेक्टर्स में इकोनॉमिक जोन्स के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं.
सर अगर इंग्लिश में हो जाए तो बड़ा अच्छा होगा.
Okay. So we are International Special Economic Zone Private Limited. I'm former Senior Vice President for Islamabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry also. We are coming up with various food and livestock projects in Pakistan in economic zones. Probably it's an interesting idea that if we focus on coming up with the Scandinavian Special Economic Zone in Pakistan, having the Pakistani diaspora based in Scandinavian countries and the Danish food and agriculture players in relevant industries. We can provide them with, we are upfront buyers. So please do share your brochures of various machineries. So we are happy to buy quality products, what we are looking at. And of course, if we consolidate our efforts, coming up with the Scandinavian Special Economic Zone in Pakistan, we would be willing to invite our own resources, our money, our local partners, and let's take up the project to level next. You are most welcome. And I must congratulate the team from all sides who took this wonderful initiative. I believe that it would definitely help better understanding of each other, and the opportunities exist on the both sides of the equation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mohammed, please go ahead. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you, sir. All of the participants, thank you, sir. Sir, actually, Pakistan, alhamdulillah, nowadays is going so well, and the government of Pakistan is also trying to get the investment about the foreign people. So, sir, I just like to invite the foreign businessmen that they come to Pakistan and they invest there, because sir, now the environment of business in Pakistan is going so well. Sir, alhamdulillah, you can see the government are also doing very well. All of the solutions they can provide to foreigner, and they give all of the facilities. So, sir, I invite to all of the foreign businessmen that they come and see the Pakistani business, just like sir, now, alhamdulillah, many sir, just like Rishaka Economic Zone, Islamabad Economic Zone, sir. So according to CPEC, a lot of the companies are coming to invest here. So, sir, I just only say that all of the foreigner businessmen want to come here and invest in Pakistan, sir. So on this occasion, sir, a lot of the people can also get the business, and sir, our economy is really going well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, in fact, we have thematically kind of arranged this event in a way that this was the first half, and the focus was on special economic zones of Pakistan, and I was moderating it as trade and investment counselor here at Stockholm. For the second part, our topic is in fact Belt and Road Initiative, and for that we have institute here what we call BRICS. BRICS is stationed here at Stockholm, and they are working for promotion of Belt and Road Initiative. Now the second half of the event, they will be kind of taking over, and Mr. Stephen Broer, he would in fact be moderating the second half. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Stephen, you are host now. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Counselor. I want to just say that I think this was an excellent exchange of the potential for economic cooperation between the Scandinavian countries and you have to somebody to move. Mr. Mohammed, could you mute your
Mr. Stephen, you are host now. You can turn him off, turn the mic off.
Stephen, you can mute everyone.
Yeah, I muted him now. Yes, I think it was an excellent presentation of the opportunities that are available for economic cooperation. And that platform is actually the basis for the main elements of what we will discuss in the second session of this webinar. with the focus being that the Belt and Road Initiative has been the foundation for the economic corridor, China-Pakistan economic corridor, around which these economic or these special economic zones are being built. And that is the type of model that should be not only a process that is highlighted in Pakistan in working with the BRI, but it should become a general pattern worldwide. So I will make some initial remarks before I will present the speakers we have who will present and elaborate in detail some of the points that that I will simply touch on. First of all, I'm very happy to welcome all of our distinguished guests and speakers and business leaders, investors, professionals, and friends. Especially want to thank the ambassadors from Pakistan, our friend here in Sweden, Ambassador Ahmed, and Commercial Counselor Mustafa, as well as our good friend Ambassador Gui Kongyu from China, for working with us in making this webinar a possibility. I am the vice chairman of the Belt and Road Institute in Sweden and responsible leader of our organization for webinars and seminars. The Belt and Road Institute in Sweden, which is referred to as BRICS, and I'll be the moderator for the second part of the event, which will focus on the importance of the BRI. The BRICS, our organization, was founded in 2018 with the explicit purpose of providing accurate and truthful information to the public about the Belt and Road Initiative. That is still our intention today, but it has become more challenging due to deliberate spreading of false information, misleading information by many media sources, primarily coming from the United States and Western Europe. Their intention has been to often distort the actual purpose of the BRI. So today we will be very much focused on making the actual elements and the importance of the BRI apparent to all of the participants. Because of that, our work has become perhaps slightly more difficult, but it still remains extremely important, and we are happy to take that challenge. So I will just briefly outline now, very briefly, 3 points, which I think are the essential aspects of understanding the role of the BRI for Pakistan, of course, but also for worldwide development. The BRI, as was indicated, was initiated by the president of China, Xi Jinping, in 2013 as a global development perspective for economic cooperation. It was and is still open to all nations who wish to participate. I emphasize that it was initiated by China. It is not run by China. It is a forum for worldwide cooperation of all countries. At this time, there are upwards of 134 countries in the world that are already cooperating in some form with the BRI. And that is approximately 4.3 billion people, which makes up about 62% of the world's population, who are participating in some form. which certainly makes it a worldwide strategic important process. The second point is that a key and fundamental point of the BRI is to work for economic cooperation and investment, specifically in areas of infrastructure development, that is, as has been mentioned here, focused on water management, energy development, electrification, transport, healthcare, digital electronics, and all new types of technologies. So development in this context clearly means the elimination of poverty worldwide, the objective of eliminating poverty in all nations among all people. And this is something that China has successfully achieved for its own people in 2020. That is and should be a standard, not only for China, but for the world as a whole. That means Africa, it means Southwest Asia, what is often called the Middle East. It means India, it means South and Central America. And it certainly means all areas which to this day are still in one form or another denied proper development, meaning industrialization and modernization. And the last point, which I will touch on simply, is the idea of international economic cooperation is the foundation for achieving this goal of poverty elimination. The fundamental principle, which was established by the 1648 Peace of Westphalia, which ended the horrendous 30 Years' War in Europe, was built on the principle of defending was built on the principle on the Treaty of Westphalia to the idea of defending the interests of the other. Coming out of the war, the point was it was not simply a question of defining and defending your own interests or your own self-interest. It was the question of thinking about the interests of the other, those outside of yourself. These are the principles which define, in many sense, the basis for the United Nations Charter for the protecting of sovereign interests of all nations. And this has been referred to by China's president in reference to the BRI as a community for the shared interests of mankind, or a win-win strategy. However, the idea for shared interests or the common interests of mankind is not unique to China. Many great Western thinkers, such as Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, at an earlier period, have articulated these fundamental ideas of defining the common interests of mankind for human progress. And it is to those great thinkers we should turn to again today, because if the spirit of cooperation is undermined, we are looking into the face of conflict, confrontation, and potentially even war threatening the destruction of civilization. The dangers are there. I think everyone in one way or another either should be or are aware of those dangers. In that context, I would call on all the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, as well as the European Union and all European nations, to, in principle, join and cooperate openly with the BRI as a perspective and a project for global development and elimination of poverty. And the question of world peace is not simply the lack of conflict, because without cooperation, especially as we have outlined today in the economic zones, it will not be possible to potentially avoid the tragedies of conflict which are threatening globally. So I think that we have some excellent speakers who are going to elaborate on these points in their own way and highlight. The first one I want to welcome is a former minister who had spoken at one of our earlier webinars from Italy, Michele Gerace, the Deputy Minister, Italian Ministry of Economics Development, who is actually, I think, speaking to us from China at this point, and has done an excellent video on the success of China in eliminating poverty, which ought to be something that would be recognized as a great achievement by the whole world, including my country. I'm a double citizen of Sweden as well as the United States. And I would take the moment now to say that it would be in the United States' interest to join the BRI. As a citizen of the United States, even if I am at the moment not being heard by our government, I would still emphasize that that is in the interest of humanity, the world, and even the United States as a whole. So with that said, I will invite Mr. Gerace to make his remarks, and I thank you for being with us. You can unmute. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I am grateful to you for the invitation, for the opportunity to be here with you today and to talk to such a wide and group of experts. You're right. I'm currently in China. I've attended the Boao Forum last week in the island of Hainan. And of course, the key theme of the discussion was the Belt and Road, the achievement that China and the countries have made in the last few years, and really more about what needs to be done next. For those who don't know, everyone knows that the Boao Forum is kind of considered maybe the Davos of Asia. And it's not just, there are very similarities, just like the Belt and Road and the Boao Forum. They're kind of two initiatives initiated by China. The Boao Forum is physically in the Hainan Island, but they're really not just something about China. There's something about anyone who is interested in helping developing any part of the world. And it can be done for two reasons. It can be done for ethical reasons. One can say developing countries need to participate in the wealth that the Western countries have created, sometimes at the expenses of those countries, because we must not forget our own history. And sometimes it's for economic reasons, what we call it the double bottom approach. So whether one wants to be part of the Belt and Road to make money, which is fine, or just to help, which is also fine. Those are two reasons that were emphasized in this forum. And it's been like where the narrative that China and all the participating countries have given. Italy, like you kindly reminded, Stephen, is one of the first, let's say, large countries to be part of it. The first G7 countries. I personally pushed for Italy to join this initiative. There were lots of misunderstandings. We were criticized by our American friends, by our European friends for Italy doing something out of the pack, as if every country needs to always ask other countries before doing something. We tend to think that we are an independent country in Italy, We are members of a number of international organizations, European Union, NATO, and Atlantic Alliance, etc., that we respect, but that does not mean that we cannot entertain direct conversation, whether diplomatic or commercial relationship with any of the countries in the world. And in fact, what Italy did in the MOU was the first of a series of things that the countries who criticize us did. First, the US-China Phase 1 agreement, that is an agreement that the US has the right and the interest to pursue without needing to ask me. You know, Lighthizer didn't call me and say, Michele, I'm setting up a Phase 1 agreement, which, by the way, will divert Chinese imports from Europe into America. So America will benefit and Europe may suffer. He didn't call me, and he was right. He shouldn't call me. He can pursue. His duty is to do the interest of his American citizen. So I applaud this agreement. That is kind of an MOU that the American did with China on trade. The European Union also did its own agreement at the recent. We need to see what happens to it. But anyway, at the moment, there is on the plate a investment agreement, the CAI, with China that tends to do what? Tends to help companies that want to invest in China. And again, I think this is good for the European Union as a whole. To be honest, I think this is not very good for Italy because we don't really have any companies that will invest in China. This is good probably for Germany that has 3.4 Volkswagen cars made in China. It's good for France that sells Airbus to China Eastern and so on. And we'll see. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that everyone does their own agreement in the interest of a group, and that they don't always need to communicate with others. Because this is one thing I want to tell our friends who are maybe not familiar with Europe. Europe is a strange alliance. We are partners when we do trade policy, when we set the tariffs. And by the way, we're not really partners. We are obliged to have the same tariff, and sometimes certain tariff favor certain countries, certain industries, not others. So there's a bit of confusion there in the common, in the custom union policy, which is, it creates divisions within Europe. But anyway, we have the same policy. But then when it comes to promotion of products, exports and investment, we have to be honest, we are fierce competitors. And I go to the key point of why, one example, why I wanted Italy to push for it. I would like, even if I'm not in government at the moment, that the Italian government, and I insist with them, with my colleagues who run the country now, to insist that Italy should be the terminal of the Belt and Road. The Mediterranean is in a strategic position that would benefit from containers arriving from China, from the rest of Asia, from all the parts, even from Africa, into our Italian ports. This is one thing I want to do it. Why do I want to do it? Does it mean that I want more, I don't know, Chinese fake goods to come into Europe? No. Do I want more imports for China that would destroy our economy? No. But those things will happen without my control. All I can do is for the containers to be diverted into, for example, the Italian ports, so that we can check what comes in, we can check the quality, we can give jobs to people who work in our ports to offload and load containers. That means more GDP, more employment for the local economy. And that's why I talk about ports, and that's why I made the premise on the European Union, because if we don't do it in Italy, other countries in Europe do it. And once the goods arrive in Rotterdam, they are free to trade, to travel in the rest of Europe. And I don't know if we have some Dutch friends on the line, but we do know that with the 15 million TEUs a year, we can only check 1% of those with a sound scanner. But that's fine. I'm not doubting the quality of how the Rotterdam port is organized, but I'm saying that Italy and Holland, we can be friends, but for ports, we are fierce competitors. One container more in Trieste or Genova is one container less in Rotterdam, one container less in Marseille, one less in Greece, one less in Hamburg, and one less maybe in Antwerp and the other ports of Europe. So this is the strange thing that we compete for practical purposes. And so one of the many rationale for Italy joining the Belt and Road was exactly to try to entice more business to arrive into Italian ports, which is our own economic interest. So I understand the criticism. Of course, that means we could take business out of Holland, out of Germany, out of France, but c'est la vie. That's why we do compete. And I think that's also why we got criticized, because maybe for the first time, Italy was taking a more active role, maybe out of the pack, more active. Like that is the correct word, less passive than in the past. Now, all the risks that the Belt and Road can have, we have analyzed them all. I'm a former banker, so I like numbers and I like analysis on which to base political decisions. And there were some, but we look at them and we thought they did not apply to Italy. So we are not a small country with a 50 billion GDP. We're a country with 1.7 trillion GDP. Unfortunately, this year, 1.6 trillion GDP. So we cannot fall into that trap. We cannot be fragile to Chinese political influence if China, sends a couple of containers into our ports. We're talking about hundreds of millions, maybe billions, but not in the order of 1.7 billion. We had the example of Montenegro in the last few days. 1 billion is a lot for Montenegro, but it's nothing for Italy. So China has invested only 20 billion euros stock since the beginning of mankind. I don't know if there are any French friends online, but I personally am more worried about predatory M&A from France, not from China. And I say this, I've said it to the Ministry of Trade in France, I've delivered the message indirectly to Mr. Macron. And again, we are competing, it's part of the game that in economy, in a fair way, we do compete with each other. And if I was Vivande, if I was Airbus, if I was a French company, Saint-Nazaire, I would like to be very fearful with Italian telecom companies, with Italian Fincantieri. That's their job and they are right to do it. So I do think, and I give you my political reading, and I conclude here, the main reason for criticizing countries that enter the Belt and Road is not political, but it's economic. But the political narrative gets hold on the media. It is easy to sell. It is easy to sell, oh, why do you deal with countries that do not respect human rights? Why do you deal with countries that have Hong Kong? Why do you deal with countries that have pollution? It's very easy to capture, and people then fall into this trap. It would not be easy to sell the idea, why do you join the Belt and Road and you want to take business from us? And I say, because I'm paid by my Italian citizen to do it. And of course, and so the economic argument is never discussed as a reason to criticize countries to join the Belt and Road, because it will be immediately defeated. But a political argument on higher level, it does really capture the imagination of the listeners, and so it gets hold. And that's why I always say these Belt and Road things are economic treaties, they're not even treaties, sorry, they're MOUs, agreements, and there are no obligation. If countries feel that they have an ethical problem to do business with the US for the past, for Italy for the past, for China for the past, and so on, they don't do business. No one is forcing individual companies to do any business. And at the end of the day, this is how our open economies work. The government set a framework to allow companies to do business in a better environment. If there's a problem, they can call the government to government tries to solve it. So the B2B problem gets raised to G2G. But if any company says, no, I do not want to be part of this project, I do not want to benefit, or I think the risk, fine. That's the key message. It's an option, but there is no obligation on the side of the companies. They can freely choose to be part or not. I stop here, giving you this half economic and half political angle, but I do think that the opportunities are there, and we need to look at them with an analytical way, not ideological, because ideological is always, I think this, you think that, and we would never agree on anything. The numbers always find the way into this negotiation, find an easy way for differences to be smoothed. And as a professor, I always say, let's get back to Excel spreadsheets that tend to solve problems. And I stop here. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Professor Geraci. We will be able to, many things you have said will open a lot of points of discussion. So I'm very grateful for that. I think our next speaker would be Mr. Henry Tillman, who is from England. He is the director of the China investment research at the UK, and I would welcome you, Mr. Tillman, to make your remarks to the webinar. Are you?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I thought I'd just do 3 quick introductory remarks before I jump to the slides, because it segues into everything I've heard for the last 2 hours, fortunately. Number 1, on the returns and the CPEC and those investments, I can confirm about Pakistan's great returns the last few years. I'm presenting a webinar looking at returns in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan on the 18th of May, and a webinar here in the UK for the City of London. So I can confirm what I've heard in frontier markets. Returns are very strong, whether it's venture capital or private equity or IPOs. Point 2, back to you, remark, Stephen. That's my one job as the financing side. The other job is I run a proprietary database, and that database is based upon facts, which are linked to numbers, which are linked to raw data. And I do that in conjunction with universities. So I publish with China, and it's done on an academic basis. And what you're going to be seeing in a few minutes is based upon that. And we were honored to be published in conjunction. We co-authored with China, which is a rare feat, as Michele knows. And 3, Michele, this was what you're seeing today was actually excerpted and used at the Bao Forum last week. It was we were the cover story with the Beijing Examiner. I just couldn't go. I couldn't spend 2 weeks in a hotel, unfortunately. Although I'm going to have to do it in November to speak for Shanghai City once a year, Belt and Road. So yes. And finally, Stephen, it does segue into what you talked about. There are ways that it's actually collaborating and working. So I want to show something quite concrete that people don't focus on. So with that as a start, I'll go into the share screen. This now straight away. Just a second. Slideshow should work. There we go. So what you're going to see here is only, and I've not done this for anyone in the West. This was done in conjunction with the Chinese government. It was approved by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Health, and MOFCOM. And it's our data. It was it took me 6 months, 19,000 words, 400 footnotes, and 500 companies we analyzed to pull this together. And it was, again, published by SIIS. It's released throughout Asia. I've not released it in the West for the reasons you're going to see in a few minutes. And they've asked me to keep it among friends, so which is what I'm doing today, because I know and trust BRICS. And Michele, your reputation goes ahead of you with my friends and my friend Francesca, who sings your praises, basically. So with that as a background, it's in 6 months of work, and it's driven around data. So as you first heard, this is what it looks like. I always show people what it looks like in October of 13, just to remind people that's the way it looked just, less than 8 years ago. Then what I show is BRI quarter, just again for the Health Silk Road as a brief entry for those of you that don't know it, China first started dealing with helping foreign countries in healthcare in 1963 in Algeria. And it wasn't only just for good news, because basically Algeria helped them with automobiles or like trucks they couldn't get from Russia. And then it went through Western Africa, across Africa, into Central Asia, and they built their first TCM, Chinese traditional medicine, in Afghanistan in 1975. So there's their 60-year history, 70-year history that China has done in this. And then, of course, if you didn't know this, it was first mentioned in 2015 by China's the party itself. It was launched in August of 2017 when President Xi said it in conjunction with the WHO. And then there were a couple of years when they started to roll out, but it didn't go that quickly. And it was only on certain diseases and certain medication. There was a great study done in April of 19 that talks about those first 2 years. And then because of COVID, it all changed very quickly. So what you see here in the next few slides, because there aren't many slides, is how China went from the 4th of January, really in difficult position in Wuhan, to the 4th of March when they got control of it and said, we're going to go help the rest of the world. So in a period of 4th of March to the end of October, which is 7 months, China reversed this and provided aid to over 150 countries. And you'll all know the story from so many people have read about, here's this medical aid and here's this medical aid. What we did, because I'm like McKaylee, I'm an ex-banker, still I'm a banker, I looked at all the numbers associated with that. So it's just not the medical assistance, it's all the things that go around it. We'll show you the various components. And it also then fed into the biotech industry of China, which was funded by technology from international markets and also from funding from international markets. So here's the first slide, Q319. You can see the blue, really it's the blue, that's the Belt and Road you see. But the blue dots are basically, these are countries receiving equity investments from China. And to give you some idea what's happening here, despite what regulators are saying, China started going into minority stakes and into investments less than 10 million US and 10% or below FDI in 2018. So by 2020, half of those investments externally are less than FDI and therefore not going to get a lot of attention from regulators. And you can see there's just a few blue dots where they were investing. And I should also say what we don't have in this document and what I didn't put through on the big document is all the inbound stuff from Europe beginning in 2005, which really helped build the biotech industry technology-wise in China, and especially from 2010 to 2020, when that was backed also by the Chinese government. So a few dots, all blue, all outbound, and that's the first quarter. This is again pre-COVID. Next slide, a few more dots, still all blue. These are countries just receiving equity investments from China. And I would say realistically, the inbound also had the same a number of dots from locations, but also the actually inflows in healthcare have been greater into China, at least those first 2 quarters, than they were outbound from China in those quarters as China continued to build its biotech industry and experiment with the whole concept of building vaccines. Then we go to Q1, and you start seeing other things that China is doing besides just that. So you see in the center, those are the medical assistance countries. You see those are 33 of those in the first, and we find those quite interesting because you see who gets the first call from China relative to medical assistance in Q1. You see an increase of flows from China investing in equity investments in those other countries. Again, these are very few controlling stakes. They're mostly growth capital to grow biotech and life sciences, as we heard. Well done, Denmark, for looking at this. So we do in the UK as well. On the lower left-hand side, you see China then made its first, over 2 quarters, it donated 50 million to the World Health Organization. That puts them in 194 countries. And on the right-hand side, in the green dot, you'll see the first policy bank loan was made to Sri Lanka. So again, you can see the difference between, you can certainly see the difference between Q3, Q4, and Q1 with COVID. Here comes Q2. Incredible. That's why I don't show these dots. I don't show this in the West for the reason Stephen talked about a few minutes ago. 31 countries outbound, another 25 million into World Health Organization, and 75 countries now receiving medical assistance. And on the right-hand side, you see COVID loans from AIIB, and you also are seeing COVID loans from NDB. So if the West would see this, they would panic because of all the dots and how fast this moved. We finalized in Q3 because I had to end the data in Q3, but I'll follow up with specifics. Again, you see on the left-hand side the number of outbound investments. These are mostly joint ventures or drug licensing agreements. You see they've doubled in the last year. You see in the middle that we start talking about medical assistance in regions. We'll come on to this in a second because the Belt and Road is built on a hub and spoke model, which I didn't know about until China confirmed this with me as part of this Bao Forum. So you see the SCO we put in one bunch. We think CPEC is also much more than just Pakistan. We can talk about later. You then see loans below to Latin America. There were 13 countries involved in that for $1 billion to afford vaccines. You see AIIB COVID loans. Then you see NBD loans below that. And then you see, again, vaccines on the right where they're being tested. So again, we don't put these overlay because I think it sends a strong enough message by quarter, the number of dots by quarter. So our data stops at Q3 because we were supposed to publish in Q4, but my professors I work with at the think tank at SIIS had a book launch in Q4, so we didn't publish till Q1. So what I did for various different Chinese publications and from the think tank is update it through Q4. So here's the vaccine launch. To give you some idea of vaccines, you see that by the end of the year, these are the countries where there's either currently approved or signed agreements or under review. You'll see roughly 17 countries at that time. And again, to remind everybody that China launched its first vaccine a fortnight after Pfizer launched it's theirs. And again, to remind everybody that by 2010, basically China really didn't have a biotech industry. This biotech industry was built, again, from technology from the West, USA, Western Europe, North Asia, although it was a much smaller percentage from North Asia, Japan and Korea, and smaller bits. But again, it helped them produce these vaccines. Now, we didn't put this in here, but this also led to tremendous profitability for Chinese biotech. So the four largest biotech companies, the four largest vaccine companies in China last year produced shareholder returns for their shareholders between January 1 last year and 31st December last year of 30 billion. To vaccinate the world, you need 35 billion. So this became an overnight industry in a year, which China basically is becoming a leader in, which I'll show you in the next couple of pages, producing large amounts of returns. What our paper didn't discuss, and we left it clearly very open because I don't do politics very well, as Hussein knows. I left it open saying this is the amount of money produced by these profits. And if you look forward, this will be even greater going forward because this will be a multi-billion. I think Credit Suisse estimates it's a 20 billion industry. I think that underestimates it because I think COVID or its form or its variants will be around for a number of years. So this could be a multi-20, 30 billion, 40 billion industry. And again, you're looking at probably 10 Western players and probably 15 Chinese players. So after Q4, this is dated as of Q1, who's doing what, where. This is the domestic versus exported. You'll see the numbers, which are pretty clear about how much China is keeping versus how much they're passing along. And you see USA, India, EU, and UK. Again, this is dated as of 21st March. And, this varies daily based upon a number of factors. But I wanted to say also by this time, at the end of March, China was now testing 15. They had 5 approved vaccines. They had testing 15 total vaccines in 12 different countries. So this is how fast this has grown so quickly in one quarter, from 2 approved vaccines to 5, and from test of 5 to test of 15. So this is how fast this is growing and how China's just grasped the nettle. And then finally, to show you, this is just a list of distribution by country. These are 83 countries, various different distributions, which you'll have this. I don't want to go through it with you, but basically China was at the end of March was leading with, I think, 83 countries where there was some either testing or formal partnership. You see donations versus purchase. These are all contracts. I think Soviet Union, Russia was probably at 53 or something like that. So again, you see China and Russia leading the world versus what we see here with a lot of talk about who's doing what. So I'm going to leave it at that because I know it's tight. Everyone's been listening for 3 hours. I don't want to waste other people's time, but you'll get. I've not shown these slides. I certainly haven't decided to let them go, but I trust you guys. So, and the recipients of this. So, Stephen and Zane, please feel free to share with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. That was a very important and excellent presentation. Also, Professor Gerace, the role of the economics and the factual nature of what the Belt and Road Cooperation means in reality is an extremely important point that has to continue to be made visible despite the microphones from various disinformation campaigns who do not wish that those kinds of facts and truthful results are being shown. And my point would be that cooperation does not exclude healthy competition. In fact, it generally would mean that healthy competition would be an improvement for all in terms of improving economic conditions as well as cooperation generally. So I think both of your presentations are extremely relevant and important to get out in various aspects, not only here, but in Pakistan and other places where these arguments which are being made that are not based on the reality or the facts will dissolve into smoke, and they should, because they're not based on reality. They're based on the political agendas of certain people. So thank you both. We have another
Stephen, can I raise one more?
now.
May I raise one more point I forgot, which is important? I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, you're welcome. Go right
ahead. I'm very sorry, but it's relevant to Pakistan. So what we talked we rolled it out. China's going to roll this out just like BRI in a series of Belt Spoken Hub we talked about. But to show you how they're going to do this, it's going to be PPP. So the one example in the document, the big document, I don't want to bore you with, it's too big, was Ethiopia, where they're manufacturing kits in Ethiopia, joint venture, PPP with local players. They're manufacturing vaccines, Ethiopia, local player, joint venture with Chinese party on a PPP basis, and the same with logistics. Now they've now moved that from Ethiopia in Q4. They've announced it in Q1 UAE, and they announced it 2 weeks ago in Pakistan. So there'll be a series of these regional plays around the world, and Pakistan is one of those three that have been named to be the future of this. So again, in a hub to then link it all together along the BRI, although it's much greater than the BRI, to be able to link this information together. Thank you very much, Stephen. I'm sorry I forgot that.
No, thank you for raising that important point as well. And as I say, the facts are that the BRI is conducive for good business, and all of the people who we spoke earlier about the possibilities in Pakistan, the only thing that hinders these kinds of facts, and I think your work is excellent and should continue to be spread in the proper context, as you wish, is to make sure that that these arguments that are often right now quite dirty to try and undermine the facts of how business does improve we have to just continue to build these types of forums in order to make sure that this reality will continue to reach the great majority of Europeans, as well as, even most importantly, I think it's very important that the United States would have a sufficient access to this type of information. With that said, I want to invite now our third speaker who is from Pakistan, Dr. Maria Sultan, who is the Director General for South Asia Strategic Stability Institute in Islamabad. And I welcome you, Dr. Sultan, and you are welcome to begin your remarks. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for giving me this opportunity. I would also like to echo with my colleagues in thanking not only the Embassy of Pakistan for taking this initiative, but also our partners in Pakistan, especially the Board of Investment, for providing us this opportunity to come together on an issue which has, of course, not only concerns global security debates, but also global economic debates. Well, I would just keep my comments pretty focused in terms of what Belt and Road Initiative actually means for Pakistan, and most importantly, what is the strategic significance of this economic transformation with regards to global supply chains. This is no doubt that it's almost been 9 years since President Xi Jinping proposed the Belt and Road Initiative. It was considered, according to him, what he stressed, that it is initiated by China for jointly building a new world, a new global transformation. And in this global transformation, they believe that the principle for common development through consultation, joint efforts, and shared benefits would perhaps become an achievable reality. So in one way, it is almost as if we are going through a phase where we are not only witnessing what the world had witnessed after the Marshall Plan, but in reality also an altogether perhaps one of the singular biggest outreach, which consists more than 91 countries from land routes and almost 30 plus countries when it comes to the sea routes. And in these sea routes, there is, of course, certain countries which will be playing key role. And in this key role, Pakistan is one of the important countries. So if you would allow me, I'm just going to use a very small presentation, Stephen, and hopefully run it through so that we can, connect on that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't know if you can see the presentation.
Yeah, we can see.
Well, okay. As you can all see, this is a map of the BRI, which is perhaps seen and almost known by almost everyone. But when we look at this map, most of the people think that this is basically about road, railway, and other connectivity, which is going to link the countries together. But it's not just road, railway connectivity, but it is also in terms of a global economic transformation. So if you look at the tail end, if you look at the industrial zones, it's not just connecting to China, but it's in reality connecting to China's industrial zones. So it starts from Beijing, Tianjin, Lianjin, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and then it leads up to 7 critical countries. As you can see, the other end of the Belt and Road Initiative from the BRI, from the land route point of view, is connecting to 7 major ports. That is the Helsinki port, St. Petersburg, Rotterdam, Calais, and Paris. Then we have Iran, the Khamenei port, and I think what has happened between China and Iran recently in terms of economic cooperation under the CPEC and under the Belt and Road Initiative is quite clear. And then last but not least is the focus for our attention has been Gwadar port. And also linking to that is the importance of Karachi port in terms of the overall initiatives. So if we look at this Belt and Road Initiative and we look at these communications, what we see is that at one end we have got China's industrial zones. On the other hand, we have got the global ports. And then also it is a reverse connectivity in terms of not only opening up the markets, but also accessing these markets from that point of view. Now, if we just look closely at these industrial zones, we see that each one of these industrial zones has got certain specialization. So this means that in future, if we go back and we look at the countries where it's targeted, we will be seeing that some of these countries would be looking at some of this industry from these industrial zones to be shifted ahead. So wherever there is going to be comparative advantage, some of these companies would be shifting ahead. I think Henry had talked about Ethiopia, he's talked about Pakistan. One of the key reasons for this is also in terms of China's greater plan has been in terms of how important these global ports will be playing. The bigger question has been for all people has been why Pakistan has been given so much focus, and what is the importance of Pakistan? Is it just because it's the shortest route? Is it because that we have got one of the bigger ports, or is there is something else to it? I think one of the major reasons which has come forward has been the importance of the global containers and how the containers have shifted and how global ports have played a major role. In this context, from the 1970s, we see Europe and we see United States and we see some
Hello?
part of 80s, what we see is that this port connection sees the emergence of mega ports. We see Rotterdam emerging, we see in China, Shanghai, and we also see New York also developing. But at the same time, we also see something very interesting, and that is Singapore developing as a mega port. In the 1990s, this seems to have further sharpened in terms of global supply chain, which ports could be more efficient, and the mega ports, we see these major ports emerging as key players. So while other ports did play a major role, we see these mega ports dominated. As of now, in 2006 data, this is the global trade volume, which is passing from the Indo-Pacific region, in particular from Pakistan. We can see that there has been almost a 293% increase in global trade volume, which is now passing. So there seems to be a major shift of trade, which was first transatlantic. Now it seems to be more Euro-Asian. So as Europe and Asia will be coming together, it would also be linking together not only the Northern region, but it would be pretty much linking together Asia, Africa, and Europe together. So this means the shared destiny for the future will be between these three regions. And wherever these three regions will move, will be pretty much the defining element in terms of how global trade volume and global economic transformation would be led by which partner. Now, this brings us to the significance of the ports. As you can see, these are the 13 major ports. And as you can see that Singapore is 471 million tons. That is almost 30 years of investment in Singapore as a global trade shipping point. And Gawada port is 400 million tons unused as of now yet. And if it is going to be optimized, it is going to be almost 800 million tons. And this would, of course, bring us in close comparative advantage and also in certain competition between some of our partners. That means some countries from, say, Dubai, maybe others would be playing a major role. And as we can see here in Dubai also, we have got Oman and Duqm almost competing for the same shared presence. So it is in the significance of this and the future of the world trade, depending upon who will dominate the new global commons, that is going to be shaping this. That means how the outer space common will be shared, how the atmosphere common will be developed, what would be the maritime commons, and now with e-commerce becoming a major factor, what will be the factors for that. This is an actual visualization of the transport clusters, which is at the moment in movement. And as you can see that Europe seems to be at the heart of it. Then we see United States and North America playing a major role. And then of course, China or Shanghai being a major role. Here we also see Dubai emerging as a route. And this route indicated also how the global trade flows were supplemented in terms of global economic financial flows, almost showing the same pattern. What is missing over here is not in terms of how the global trade has happened over the last 30 years or more in this direction, but it is the missing factor from Central Asia to Pakistan, from Pakistan like Asia, South Asia, and from South Asia to Africa, where the youth population budget is and where these other factors will be. This is the cyberspace common, and as you can see here also, most of the connectivity is from the sea lines of communication, and in these sea lines of communication also there are major entry points. Pakistan being one, Iran being second, third is of course India, fourth is Ethiopia, and then we have got Egypt, and then we have got Sudan. And we see that parallel initiatives are being launched in Egypt and Sudan by both United States and China. And then we also see Djibouti emerging as a major point. So what we're looking at is pretty much the belt from Gwadar onwards till the Suez Canal, which is going to be very important in terms of how global trade flows will be following. This is the cyber common. This is the new digital Silk Route, which is being proposed. And as you can see, it goes from Gwadar to Djibouti and from Djibouti to Mombasa on one route. And on the other route, it is going from Pakistan to Djibouti and from Djibouti to Egypt. And the significance of this is not that it's just focused from Pakistan to Djibouti and from Djibouti to Egypt, but the significance is that it then further on connects to Europe. So Europe will be the key connecting point for future in terms of bringing the regions together and bringing the high industry trade together and then linking it to the global supply chain and establishing that pyramid. This is the maritime common, which is indicating the same pattern. And this is actually the oil framework. And as you can see, it is indicating that at this moment, almost 90% of the world oil is passing right in front of Pakistan, 25.5%. And if you see that with regards to United States is almost 2.4% and almost 19.9%, which is passing through the Straits of Malacca. So this is the actual oil which is passing. So this means that if Sweden, Finland, and these countries which have been leaders in mobile technology, as well as also in oil and natural minerals and others, this can be a potential point, not only for entry, but also indicating that how actually the economic transformation is going. So the CPEC component of it, or the land component of connecting to the sea highways, is perhaps the missing chain which China is right now building, and which of course the government of Pakistan, as well as other countries which are key in this economic collaboration, will be facilitating. And once this facilitation is complete, we would be looking at altogether a different picture. Of course, since I come from a security background, it would be not, I would be failing if I do not highlight what have been the impediments which have been created. Some impediments had been, of course, created in terms of in the sea with regards to the anti-piracy operations emerging out of Somalia, and as what's interesting is that in this economic transformation, the partnerships have been very clear. The partnerships have been for United States, it has been pretty much India. So that is where most of the economic investments have gone. Around $60 billion plus dollars have been invested between India and United States. And after the signature of BICA, we're looking at almost a transfer of US IT industry and other industries shifting to India. Then we see Dubai, we see Egypt, which had been the US economic partner, and Pakistan had been also part of the US supply chain, but we were based on the quota system. The difference is that the Chinese, which they're trying to project and which we think is going to be perhaps the gateway, is that they want these joint ventures. And once these joint ventures come in, and if we are able to bring in a strong legislation and we are able to kind of seize on the opportunity of comparative advantage, then the new route would indicate that there would be a new economic configuration emerging. And in that new economic configuration, it would be key, which are going to be the countries which are going to be the key access points. As you can see from this map, also it is Pakistan. Djibouti plays an important role. Then, of course, it is Egypt, and then it goes on to Italy, and then further down to various European partners. Now, this was the anti-piracy operations which had happened before, and this is what Pakistan has done after CPEC. That means clearing these areas from this and reducing the high-risk areas. Now, of course, this brings us to the much debated issue of China-US power competition going on in the region. What has been interesting has been that the movement of the fleets. What we have seen is that the 6th Fleet of the United States has moved down further down. At the choke points, we have seen the 5th Fleet move out from Bahrain and go up down to Duqm. The 7th Fleet also coming down and covering the opening and exit points of the Straits of Malacca. So the bigger question has been why? The question has been is based on this data, although this is a little dated, but this shows that the economic trade flows are indicating that there is almost a near equal competition between trans-Pacific trade and Euro-Asian trade. And what's interesting is that transatlantic trade is coming down. What is missing over here is a trade phenomena between the North and South, between Central Asia, Russia, Asia, and Africa. So this means whoever is going to capture this market, whoever is going to have access to this, will be perhaps will be the part of this new framework. This is the CPEC route once again. So if you look at it, then it allows us to connect to these points, and not only to these points, but also to give an understanding that this economic comparative advantage will be based in terms of efficiency gains. So this is the transport efficiency gains. If from Europe to Eastern China, if they come through Gwadar, it's almost 65%, almost 85%. If they come from Gulf to Eastern China, it's 98%. And from Europe to Western China, almost 70%. And from Gulf to Western China, almost 58%, if it is coming through Gwadar. So this means that Pakistan would not only add a lot in terms of this comparative advantage in terms of economic activity, but it will also give us economic boost assumptions, which is that if only 10% of the Chinese trade passes through Pakistan, through CPEC, we're talking about a transport volume of approximately $1 trillion. This means that the GDP would be likely to increase from 1.5% to almost 2.5%. Yes, nobody had predicted the COVID situation, but even then, the fact remains that the opportunity remains very squarely with countries with high population density, and also an annual trade expectation, which is likely to increase to 40%, creating multiple jobs. I'm just going to run through this. Of course, the biggest problem here has been how to attract investors, how to ensure that the FDI remains stable. The presentations what we've heard this morning have tried to show the government of Pakistan's commitment towards it. But what's interesting is it's not just the commitment of government of Pakistan. It is the actual economic gains which anybody will gain as a result of investing in this region. So in short, I'll just like to conclude on the fact that although the demographic diversity is likely to impact on a positive trajectory, the fact that Pakistan has got a high youth factor will increase. These have been some of the early harvest projects which Pakistan had. This is the last project at hand, which is the rail connectivity. Once this is done, we are talking about already completed projects in fiber optics, in oil pipelines, and of course, building up of the port facilities. So in short, in terms of actual economic activities, the special economic zones, we've already activated 2 of them. These are the potential 57 SE zones, which have been put on the plate. But this shows that just not even going up, even if there's a focus is on the south or in the seas, the potential for cooperation is quite high. So this is, I'm just going to conclude in 1 minute. So these are the next 11
Can somebody
which has been given by World Bank, and it stays in places Pakistan level. Although despite all of this, what we see and what we understand is that the future of global economic transformation will pass through key countries, and in these key countries, Pakistan will be playing a very important role. But this connectivity would not be possible if we are unable to connect with some of our European partners who have been our economic partners earlier, and who can capitalize on this incentive. This would also mean that the global economic focus for the future will move away from transatlantic, will move away from that and come down to Euro-Asian connectivity. These are some of the sectors which can be potential cooperation between regions and between countries which are invested in the Belt and Road Initiative, and hopefully will become gateways for economic and global transformation. I thank you all for your patience, and I hope that if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them during the question and answer session, or if there's something raised during the chat. So thank you so much, Stephen, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sultan. I think you made a very thorough picture of what the possibilities are. And I want to thank you for that. And I also think you made two very useful and very important points that were three at least that I think I would just highlight, that Asia is emerging as a world economic power. And this is a process that in reality cannot be stopped and shouldn't be stopped, because it leads to the ultimate benefit and development of a often what is referred to as a multipolar world, but it means the general benefit of humanity. The other point that I think was very important and is not generally clearly understood, but was highlighted in this webinar, both on the Pakistan sector in which you took up, is these connections, transport, are not simply rails or roads. They are development corridors which define the basis for how one actually invests in around these corridors for economic industrial modernization, which is precisely the manner in which poverty will be eliminated. The only thing that would prevent this is the unfortunate Hobbesian view that this is a jungle in which everybody has to protect their own interests against everyone else's. And that is a very dangerous perspective that is unfortunately way too dominant in the political arena. But most human beings who understand that their fellow human beings are maybe competitors, but not enemies, would understand that that perspective is of no use for the future advancement of humanity. So thank you again, Dr. Sultan, and I will now turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Hussein Askari, who will elaborate some of the other aspects of the Belt and Road. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Askari.
Thank you, Stephen. And ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'm very happy to participate in this very successful webinar. I can say I congratulate our friends in the Pakistani embassy, Ambassador Zahur Ahmad, and Trade Counselor, Mr. Mustafa Ghulam. I have also, I would thank all the speakers in the previous panel for enlightening us on all the potential that exists in Pakistan, but also the other speakers in this current panel. This is enormous wealth of knowledge. I'm going to talk about certain ironies which Professor Jirachi hinted at. It's that, you know, the question of the conflict between the political and the economic, because there are many ironies when it comes to the political talk, and therefore that's it's preferable for certain circles to use the political talk rather than the economic talk, because the economic talk will quickly collapse all the narratives about the Belt and Road and China. So I would just read from my presentation just to save time. I'd say there is no doubt, which is, I mean, my presentation is, as you see in the map behind me, that we have actually a global possibility for cooperation among all nations presented by the BRI. This is not a Chinese or Asian phenomena, but it could become an international cooperation framework. Now, everybody knows that the COVID-19 pandemic is the greatest threat and crisis facing world today. Reports of continued and sometimes unprecedented spread of the virus, such as in India and Brazil, for example, and the incredible loss of life and livelihood in many parts of the world are everywhere to be seen by people. However, a parallel and unfortunate development is escalating in the form of tension between the United States, NATO, EU alliance with both Russia and China, and it is reaching a very dangerous level, as my colleague Stephen explained. What this shows is that the list of priorities for policymakers in many powerful nations are somehow confused and misguided. Many nations are left fighting alone against the pandemic with no real resources. This creates new strains of the virus that can come back and hit even the nations that have managed to control it or are mass vaccinating. These vaccines might become inefficient in the face of new strains. So, as the saying goes, nobody is safe before everybody is safe. Vaccine nationalism and chaotic panic-driven measures are making an international joint effort to fight the virus and secure the world against it very hard task to accomplish. At the same time, a military escalation is brewing in the East Front between NATO and Russia and between the United States and its allies against China. Now, I would just the hypothetical question, if we had aliens coming from a distant galaxy to Earth in last year, 2020, and observed that the pandemic had caused the global economy to shrink by 4.4% in terms of gross domestic product. The number of people in extreme food insecurity reaching 350 million people, and supply chains collapsing. But those aliens see at the same time that world governments spending 2.4% of the global GDP on military expenditure. Now, what would they think about humans? Of course, they would say that we are becoming insane. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, CPEC, just published a report. I'm sharing just want to share with you my slides. Just trying to get the slideshow. All right, I guess you can see it now. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, CPEC, reported in its latest study, published just last week, that in 2020, military expenditure reached a historical level close to $2 trillion US. Of course, the United States is leading the pack with $790 billion on military spending, but other nations, including China and other EU and NATO countries, are also spending. Now, imagine what we can do with $2 trillion a year of invested in transport, water, power, healthcare, education, and scientific research globally. On April 22, and I'm going to go through a few of the ironies of the political situation, then we'll go to the economic aspect of things. On April 22, the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed a bipartisan resolution called the Strategic Competition Act of 2021. That's, of course, competing with China's Belt and Road Initiative. It proposes to allocate $300 million annually to do what? Build railways, build power plants, hospitals and schools in Africa and Asia? No. Much of this money will be spent to finance so-called independent media and third-party civil organizations, that is in countries around the world, to discredit the Belt and Road Initiative. The legislation also calls on the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor to work with the US Agency for International Development, USAID, to support and train journalists in other countries on investigating investigative techniques necessary to ensure public accountability related to the Belt and Road Initiative. So they pay and train people in other countries to create fake news about the BRI, such as the discredited death trap narrative. Now, if you want to beat China and the Belt and Road Initiative, shouldn't you be competing to build better and cheaper railways in Africa, or more efficient power plants and water management systems, or build better schools and hospitals than the Chinese do? Last year, the Chinese President Xi Jinping said that China and the United States should be competing like two sprinters on the track, not like two boxers in a ring, trying to undermine each other. Now, the US and the EU have made many initiatives to beat the BRI. That's the declared intention, but none of them materialized, and some of them have even become comic in nature. We had first the EU-Asia Connectivity Initiative in 2018. Now, that didn't really end so well. And also, it turned out that this EU-Asia Connectivity Strategy is simply a two-page slideshow, as you can see here. This is the first page. Now, what is comic about this EU strategy for connectivity with Asia, it ignored the existence of a tiny little banana republic in Asia called China. There is no mention of China in this strategy at all. Probably because they think that China is not such a significant economic power, or there's no understanding of what is going on, or that this really the EU-China, the EU-Asia connectivity strategy is not a strategy. Now, the Swedish Institute for European Studies, Policy Studies, spent 80 pages. They wrote a report with two authors, Svante Cornell and Niklas Svanström. They tried to figure out the content in these 2 pages of the EU strategy to finally come out with the conclusion that the best strategy for the EU would be geopolitical, i.e. trying to manipulate Russia and China to work against each other in Asia. Now, of course, that's not going to happen. And that's not really the right strategy to do things in Asia. Now, we had also the Japan-India, just another example, so-called Japan-India backed Asia-Africa Growth Corridor in 2018. That is that China and India jointly will invest in infrastructure in Africa. Now, what this whole discussion ended up becoming is just a website that has not been updated since January 2018. Now, the Trump administration also had its Prosper Africa, which it launched in 2018 by then National Security Advisor John Bolton. The initiative, he said, Bolton, would foster US investment, expand Africa's middle class, and enhance business climate across the region. He also said it would help to counter predatory financial and political efforts by Russia and China in Africa. Now, the Trump administration did not put its money where its mouth was, and the initiative is gone now. The Biden administration is merely warning African nations against working with the non-transparent China. Well, thank you for the advice. That's all these initiatives can offer Africa and the rest of the world, which is just simply words. It's not backed by any serious projects, financing, real construction of these projects. Now, what is wrong with these initiatives is that, and why they fail, it's because first, they are not connected to the reality of the world and what people around the world need and aspire to achieve. Second, they are merely designated as a political and media gimmick to encounter China and the Belt and Road Initiative without backing them with any substantial investments or serious alternatives. Therefore, the more the opposition to the BRI and China grows among politicians, think tanks, and media in the West who try to tarnish China and the BRI, the more nations are attracted to joining it. That's a bit ironical, isn't it? Up to now, 140 nations have joined the BRI, many of them after 2017. 140 nations out of 190 is not a bad certificate of success for the BRI. Now, the opposition to China and the BRI is generally based on the notion of geopolitics, a zero-sum game, where the winner takes it all and the loser is destroyed. Win-win cooperation is considered naive and misleading. It is this geopolitical thinking that has brought us to the brink of not only a new Cold War in the world, but a potential hot war, in which there will be no winners because civilization itself will be erased. Now we go to the second part, which is more interesting for us and for this webinar, which is our serious business. Now, if we manage to brush aside all these false and inhuman notions of the law of the jungle and deal with each other as humans with universal rights and aspirations, with equality among nations, there is a way out of this crisis. Our Belt and Road Institute in Sweden has worked tirelessly and will continue to do so to explain why it is more beneficial for Sweden, Europe, and the United States to work together with China and even Russia than work against them. We also have explained that the Belt and Road Initiative is a suitable platform for the major powers to get together to deal with the most pressing matters of the world, including the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have produced and will continue to produce podcasts, reports, and convene webinars and hopefully seminars soon when the restrictions are lifted to bring together experts and leaders to discuss these matters. In our podcasts, series so far, we dealt with many matters that are worthwhile to consider in the context of the East-West cooperation, which we are proposing. And just go back to my slideshow. We started our podcast series with the discussion about the comprehensive agreement on investment between China and the EU. We had a discussion on Sri Lanka, another podcast. We had the Maritime Silk Road discussion with Professor Griffiths from Holland. We had also a very fascinating discussion about the rail freight transport with a representative of the rail freight in Holland, Mrs. Hui-Lin Shi. We have also a discussion about the Space Silk Road with a historian of space exploration. And this also shows in a fantastic way why nations have to, it's not like a choice, they have to work in space together if humanity is gonna progress in that field. And by the way, China is sending to establish its space station in this coming week, and it will become a replacement somehow of the International Space Station, which will be decommissioned this year. And China will be probably the host for all kinds of astronauts from the United States, Russia, Europe, and other nations. We also had a very interesting webinar on debunking the China debt trap, which is now discredited. We had on the Green Belt and Road with the former Environment Minister of Norway, Mr. Erik Solheim. We had a webinar on, or a podcast on the Health Silk Road, which I will stop here to conclude my presentation because there are many interesting things, and Mr. Henry Tillman have discussed these matters with the real numbers. But the Health Silk Road is very important to understand certain aspects of the Belt and Road Initiative. The health super, of course, was an initiative in 2017, which I will come to soon. But I just want to say that, as everybody knows, that China managed in record time last year, as Mr. Henry Tillman said, in about 2 months to control the COVID-19 pandemic at home, and then quickly mobilized to help other nations with the materials and medicines and now vaccines. Now, China's ability to manage such phenomenal achievement hinges on 2 aspects. 1, its organizational socio-political skills, and 2, infrastructural and industrial capacity. Now, I will deal with the latter one on the infrastructure industry, since different countries have different political, social, and cultural and historical structures that cannot be generalized or copied by other nations. The fact that there is a direct correlation between the availability of modern and solid infrastructure, that's transport, water, power, telecommunications, and the ability to provide healthcare for the population in any country was emphasized in a detailed study published by the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, in March 2020, and entitled The Impact of the Coronavirus, COVID-19 and its implications for infrastructure priorities. Now, the AIIB researchers correctly pointed to the importance of infrastructure for providing a good level of healthcare for populations, urging to redefine the priorities for infrastructure development projects by governments. It also pledged to support such priorities financially. The AIIB, which is one of the key global financial institutions that emerged in the wake of the Belt and Road Initiative and is based in Beijing with a capital of $100 billion, has up to now 100 member nations, including many European countries and Sweden, of course. The report states that this, quote, the disruption brought about by the COVID-19 also highlight the importance of sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Firstly, developing economies will need to increase investments in healthcare and public health infrastructure. This is especially crucial in the context of megatrends such as urbanization and increased trade connectivity. Without proper public health infrastructure such as clean water and sanitation, developing economies will remain vulnerable to such outbreaks. A country's readiness to cope with epidemics is correlated with its quality of infrastructure. Infrastructure development is a key part of health security and epidemic preparedness, end of quote. It also noted in a press release published on March 25 that recognizing that countries with fragile infrastructure have less capacity to handle health crises. The AIIB is working to scale up infrastructure investment, including in public health, healthcare, and for information and communication technologies to better serve members impacted by the COVID-19. Now, this is not a new idea. This was the norm in the post-World War II era of reconstruction in many parts of the world, especially in Europe and the United States. In the United States, a model based on the congressional law called the Hill-Burton Free and Reduced Cost Act in 1964 stipulated that the standard for a modern public healthcare system should be the provision of 4.5 hospital beds per 1,000 people. Today, the beds available per 1,000 people in the United States have fallen to 2.9, according to the World Bank. Russia stands at 8.2 beds per 1,000 and China at 4.2 beds. However, what the World Bank list also shows is the disastrous conditions in many countries in the world, especially in Africa, where public health facilities are way below anything that can cope with the serious outbreak of the corona pandemic or any other epidemic or pandemic. Now, here is a sample of hospital beds available in African countries. As we said, the standard is 4.5 beds per 1,000 people. So you can compare. We added a column for electricity consumption in kilowatt hour per person per year in these countries for purpose of determining the requirements for having such hospital availability later. The reason should be obvious, since hospitals cannot exist in a void without electricity, nor without clean water, transport, telecommunications, or skilled workforce. Of course, you cannot have any real healthcare. Now, to compare these numbers of the available electricity, in Sweden, for example, we have, the number is 13,000 kilowatt hour compared to these African countries. To bring Africa to the same Hill-Burton standard of public healthcare, it can be estimated that the continent would need at least 15,000 new modern hospitals constructed, containing 4 million new hospital beds. Now, to understand the physical requirements for building a modern healthcare system, we take one well-documented example. That's the US, from the US Energy Information Administration, which was it issued a report in 2007, where it discusses how much electricity, power, and clean water you need to have modern hospitals. And they studied the 3,000 biggest hospitals in the United States. And without going through all the numbers, what this shows that for Africa, that for the 15,000 new African hospitals, they would require approximately 25,000 megawatts of new power, electric power generated, and 3.5 billion cubic meters of clean water just for the hospitals. Now, the reason I'm going through all these details is to make it clear that providing healthcare for African continent is not about donating 100 Swedish kroner or a US dollar every month to some NGO. You cannot have modern healthcare without infrastructure, electricity, clean water, transport, and education. So that brings us to this whole idea of the Health Silk Road. As you know, President Xi Jinping announced the Belt and Road in 2013, but in 2015, the Chinese Development and Reform Commission issued the Vision and Action on Jointly Building Belt and Road, in which it very clearly discusses the importance of building a healthy Silk Road and investment in these roads. Now, I will just, to go to the conclusion, there was a very important conference in 2017, and in which the World Health Organization signed the Belt and Road Memorandum with China. In that conference, which was called Belt and Road High-Level Meeting for Health Cooperation towards a Health Silk Road, that was the official creation of the Health Silk Road. It was in August 18, 2017. And at the end of that conference, 64 nations signed the Health Silk Road Communique. Now, in his address to the conference, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said, quote, "As you know, the world faces increasing and more complex epidemics, pandemics, and disasters. Not only are these events more likely to occur, they are also likely to have a bigger impact on human health, the social fabric, security, and the economy." He continued to say that President Xi's proposal for a Health Silk Road, which strengthens and renews ancient links between cultures and peoples with health at its core, is indeed visionary. Now, Tedros said, he pointed to the important point I'm trying to raise, is the connection between the Belt and Road and the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is about healthcare. The WHO director said the Belt and Road Initiative contains the fundamentals to achieve universal health coverage. Infrastructure, that's infrastructure, access to medicines, human resources, and a platform to share experience and promote best practices. China has much to teach us about these issues. It is a world leader in disease surveillance and outbreak control, and was one of the first countries to step in during the Ebola outbreak, end of quote. In conclusion, Tedros said, we should build upon these experiences. Let us, the health leaders of the 60 countries gathered here and public health partners, build a healthy Silk Road together. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say today, more urgently than ever, the Health Silk Road and the BRI are offering a platform of cooperation between all nations. The BRI should no longer be considered a Chinese project. It is an all-inclusive mode of peaceful cooperation among all nations. The world does not need more weapons. It does not need more fake news and mass media and think tanks. It needs serious efforts to achieve peace and understanding among nations through economic cooperation and economic development. Thank you for your patience. That's what I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Askari. I will open it soon here for questions and comments. I would just say that we have had two excellent presentations by two, actually I didn't know, but both Professor Geraci and Mr. Tillman have both been bankers who know the economic facts and have presented a good deal of them today. We have had a spokesman from Pakistan who I understand was actually also a security expert. And perhaps one could say that the best security is economic cooperation, not how you can confront your enemy with military hardware. But the main point here is that this has been a very successful webinar roadshow documenting how economic cooperation, specifically in Pakistan, could work, and how the Belt and Road can be a forum for global economic development. And we have demonstrated in substance the points and the arguments that are valid. We will, as my colleague also said, we will continue to raise these forums together with our friends from Pakistan, from China, from perhaps some of the other embassies, other countries who are open to discussing the substance of the importance of this type of global cooperation. I would say that for those who are arguing so vociferously against China and perhaps others in the name of democracy, that they will provide a transparent forum for us to be able to present these relevant points to the population of Sweden, of Norway, of Finland, and population of Britain and Italy, as well as the United States. In fact, I would maybe even propose that we are going to, or I might be a part of setting up a Belt and Road Institute in the United States, because apparently the US Senate has decided to donate a lot of money, as Mr. Askari said, to misrepresent the Belt and Road Initiative. So we have on our side, we have the possibility of defending our point of view with the substances, and we are willing to have any kind of open dialogue and discussion with any major media, provided it's a live program where we can be sure that we are not being misquoted, or with relevant institutions, because these, and I would say that the participants in this particular forum would be very welcome from my standpoint in further participation in this context, because we are not stopping here. We are going to go forward with these ideas until, in my view, we have succeeded in bringing the rest of the world into an understanding of the benefits of the Belt and Road and what it means for development. So with that said, I will open, I think we have Michelle Rasmussen, who has put up her hand. I think there could be others. I believe that there are some people who have asked me to ask questions on the chat. So I will have to look through those, but Mrs. Rasmussen, would you like to speak? You're welcome.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for a wonderful webinar. Both parts have been very inspiring. And I am the vice president of the Schiller Institute in Denmark. And I would like to invite all of the participants to attend a webinar which will occur on May 8th, sponsored by the International Schiller Institute, called The Moral Collapse of the Transatlantic World Cries Out for a New Paradigm. It will start at 1500 hours Central European time. And the Schiller Institute has been involved in promoting the idea with the leadership of Lyndon LaRouche and Helga Zepp LaRouche for the ideas that became, many of the ideas that then became the Belt and Road Initiative and the idea of a world land bridge. And the idea of the webinar will be, instead of having a policy of sanctions, for example, against Yemen and Syria, and that type of foreign policy, to really promote the win-win cooperation for economic development between all of the countries of the world as a way of getting not only development, but world peace. So I just invite the participants to attend this webinar. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rasmussen. Do we have other questions regarding the subject matter of the presentations by Professor Geraci and Mr. Tillman, and as well as Mr. Askari? I wanted to check. I think there might have been a question that was put on the yes, here is one from for Mr. Geraci. I have a question for Michele. If I cannot be there for the question and answer, I don't know. Well, Mr. Chilani, it looks like you are present. Maybe you want to ask it yourself. You're not, you're muted, but perhaps if you're not there, I will ask it for you. The question is, how can Italy contribute to the BRI project in Pakistan? I'm thinking at investments in the textile industry and energy, for instance, but certainly you have a better knowledge and recommendations. Secondly, you have always stressed the importance of cooperation between Italy and China in third countries, specifically Africa. Can you elaborate on that? So, Professor Geraci, are you with us, I hope? Hello, Professor? Well, it doesn't seem that he is perhaps at the moment there. I have not seen if there are other questions.
Stephen, I have a small remark to make in terms of.
Hello, sorry. Hi, Stephen. I'm back.
Oh, you're back, Professor. Okay, very good. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question and the.
You have to unmute. Professor?
The question was from Mr. Celani on regarding the Belt and Road use of cooperation in third countries, right?
Yes, and also if you could elaborate on the work that you have done in regards to specifically Africa.
The question, no, thank you. I thank Claudio for Mr. Celani for the question. The question is very pertinent because one thing that is always misunderstood is that the purpose of the Belt and Road is not just to have operation and development in the countries that signed the MOU, so Italy and or China. So it is not just about Chinese investment in Italy, but it's also about common investment into the regions of the Belt and Road, which pretty much means every Asian and every African country at least, and then also parts of Europe. So the cooperation is indeed needed in Africa. If you recall at the beginning, I said that the economic and the ethic drive for the development. In Africa, we do have both. I think we do have to make sure that Africa develops in a sustainable way. This is not just because we are nice and we want the African people to have the future that they deserve, but it is also because this is a new market and an opportunity. So the cooperation in third country, specifically in Africa or even in Pakistan and other countries of Asia, is really, from my point of view, a need, a must do for Europe that is the continent that will have the lowest growth rate in the whole world. And so we need to find new markets. And these markets are in Asia, in Central Asia, and also in Africa. Now, the way to do it is, like, for example, we're trying to analyze the complementary skills of Chinese and, for example, Italian companies that have in certain sectors like agricultural development, machinery, or infrastructure and construction, where Italian companies are very good in construction. If I may say, they are better when they do things outside of Italy than when they build roads in Italy. And Chinese company are good, but they also need a little bit maybe of a European or Western partner for issues related to image, branding, soft power. And in a way, and this is my advice that I also give to our Chinese friends, when you go in a joint operation with a Western partner, it dilutes all the possible criticism. I think, Stephen, you have invited your American co-citizen to also join the Belt and Road, because this is really what we would like to see. In Japan, of course, once we had a project, it's in Pakistan, between Italy, China, US, and Japan, and we can do it in Pakistan, we can do it in India, and I know there are very big differences, and we do stuff in India, for example, but if we have a joint ownership of the project, is not just China, I think all the criticism will be dissipated. Now, imagine if the problem of Sri Lanka or some debt trap in Montenegro, if it were not just China, but let's assume it were Italy, China, US jointly doing a project in Montenegro that may have had problems. Let's assume it would be had been the same in Sri Lanka or in Malaysia and other countries. All the criticism towards China would immediately disappear because it would be a criticism against ourselves. And that's why I said that, the political argument would then be completely devoid of any substance. We will go back to economics, the numbers on which we can solve the problem. So not only is a need for the investing countries that we gain benefit from investing in countries that have a higher GDP growth, but it's also a key benefit for China to dilute its presence and so make it less and less, let's say, more immune to criticism. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor. That is exactly the pathway to the future, that when the majority of the world and the largest economic powers as Japan, as the United States, would understand the benefits for themselves and the rest of the world, then these type of arrangements can be consolidated and should be consolidated. And I think that that's a very important point, that this is not a, as it is being turned into in many incorrect and false arguments, that this is simply an initiative or it's an operation only from China. It is a gateway for all nations, and what you have just outlined in terms of the potential development in Asia and in Africa, which, by the way, has the largest youth population in the world. And if you look at human beings as an asset for development, that is the human creative spirit and the mind as an asset for economic development rather than as a burden, then you see that the potential for that kind of joint operations between Italy and Africa and will only develop very rapidly. So are there other questions or comments?
I think there was a comment from my friend, the co-speaker, Henry Tillman, about the US investments in Africa, because it's true. He says that yesterday Total suspended its LNG project in Mozambique due to threats from ISIS, the terrorist group. This was USA's first BRI loan for $5 billion. $1 billion from the UK, and I think the rest by the US Exim Bank. It's true that the Trump administration reactivated the US Exim Bank to give loans to projects in Africa. Obama had suspended that, funny enough, doing a big service to Africa. But almost all American and British investments and French investments in Africa are in the extraction sector, like this one you mentioned in Mozambique. It's a huge natural gas extraction project. So, and the United States and Britain have invested more than China in Africa, actually, historically. I think just recently, China surpassed the United States and Britain as the biggest investor in Africa, but there's a big qualitative difference in the Chinese investments, which are diversified because most of it is in infrastructure. The 1/3 is about in manufacturing, and then 1/3 in extraction, raw materials. But if you look at the US and British investments, they are in two sectors. The majority is in extraction, raw materials, just taking wealth from Africa, and the rest is in the financial services, which is also taking wealth out of Africa. But they are building nothing which benefits the nations of Africa in terms of transport, water, power, healthcare, and so on and so forth. So there's a qualitative difference between the Chinese investments and US, British, and French investments in Africa.
If I could also comment, Hussein, the reason I put that in there, I thought to make everyone chuckle a bit, because you did such a good job of making me chuckle about 30 minutes ago. So number one, I'm a banker for 30 years. I've been on credit committees of 3 of the world's largest banks. And we always laugh that the last one in is the worst credit possible. So this is the US Exim, on their first move to become their new BRI platform, is a $5 billion into a land filled with ISIS jihadists. And it was, and to be blunt, I'm also an advisor, as I mentioned. One of my board members is a very senior energy advisor to many governments. So China walked from this investment years ago. Trump plowed $5 billion into it, dragged the US and Japan into it, and now you've got a huge mess with ISIS. So it's easy to say there's so many things wrong with the BRI. His first move into his way to compete and boasting, I've competed with China and beat them, look what happened. So that's why I wanted to share this story with everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Henry. That was very good.
It was very useful. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. I think that there's also one important point which is implicit but should be emphasized, that Western investment, as my colleague said, in Africa, going even back to the worst days of colonialism, has always been how they can pull out raw materials and thereby trying to define the idea of economic well-being in terms of raw material wealth. Now, raw materials are very useful and they should be used in the context of development, but they do not constitute the essence of economic wealth. That is defined by the power of the human productivity and through human creative thinking, that is through technologies that are advancing the benefits of the populations, not simply how you're pumping oil or other things which you can then sell for major profit. Profit is not bad if it's something that is done in the context of what also serves the common interests of the people and the nation. So I just add that in light of the fact that the history of the US and Britain in Africa has not been, or IMF, World Bank, has not been investment in major modern infrastructure or modernization. And that's what must change. And the Belt and Road is the vehicle that could provide the platform for that. And would most definitely love to see the United States join hands with China to do those kinds of joint projects. I would. Thank you.
Stephen, can I give you one good thing to finish this for you for the day? Last year, of all the investments that went into that China made in healthcare, despite all the noise you saw, the number one location for all Chinese investments in healthcare last year was into the USA. And the number one investment last year of companies investing, funds investing in China came from the USA. So forget all the noise and the 300 million. The actual answer is there are real funds flowing, there's real technology flowing, and it works at the operating level. That said, much lower levels. Below the parapet, no one's put their hand up and said we might want to make an issue. But it still all works. So as you venture into the USA, there's still a lot of flow happening.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Good contribution. I agree with you. The economic side of things can work and should work in that precisely those kinds of directions. And it is definitely the case that China has been a number one provider, even to the US military, of health services. So besides the noise and the ideology, there is that reality. And that's my point in why we want to spread the benefits of this kind of webinar and forum to give that knowledge to people in general who are often being misled and manipulated by information that is not truthful.
Stephen, I have a small comment to make based on our experience in Pakistan. Can I state that?
You're most welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, about my friend Askari mentioned about the narrative and the battle of narrative. We went through this since its inception in 2013 till to date, and but what I see now is based on my own literature review and based on my experience in CPEC. I think the narrative of debt trap, and here we had the East India Company's narrative again and again repeatedly highlighted, and comparing Hamban Tuta with Gwadar. I think that has outlived its life based on the fact that the action on ground was significant and it was able to demonstrate the socio-economic change that was happening. The other thing with respect to learning from African model, in 2017, when we were preparing our long-term plan for CPEC, what we did was that we invited Professor Lin Yifu from China, and based on his structural economics research on Ethiopia and his work on the investment flow from China to Ethiopia, we learned was that in Pakistan, in our SCZs, our first investment attraction should be on labor-intensive industries, because the level of training and vocational exercise is much lesser as compared to high-tech industries. So for that, we went again and again. We learned from Laos and Cambodia also. So I think the integration, not just of the infrastructure, but also of knowledge sharing, helped us, a country like Pakistan, to develop and be ahead of others in terms of CPEC in comparison to all the other 6 corridors.
Great, thank you. Do we have others who have questions or comments of relevance to hopefully what the speakers have outlined? I just want to again emphasize that all of our speakers, but Mr. Tillman and Professor Gerace were very, very important in outlining the on-the-ground facts of how the economic processes are working. And this is a very important element of meeting these kinds of misrepresentations, like the debt trap that my colleague had tackled and Mr. Askari had tackled in an earlier point. So that's, I think, it's an important pathway for the future of these kinds of exchanges. Yes, I see that we have a person, Gui Hina Shah, will like to say something. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name too badly.
No worries. Thank you very much. I think I have more of a comment rather than a question. So I'm Gulay Hina Shah Saad, and I'm from Pakistan, and I'm doing my PhD actually in political science at the University of Milan in Italy. And currently I'm based in the Netherlands. So I'm really happy to be kind of like attending this in an environment where we have speakers from the diplomatic side and also the scholars, and covering a lot of variety of the Belt and Road investments. And I'm currently studying that in terms of my doctorate. So looking at the Chinese investment in Asia and looking at also the governance impact. So I'm looking at empirical data. And when it comes to the Chinese investments in different countries, the problem often we face is in terms of how to identify the Chinese investments. So is it a Chinese FDI going to the countries, or is it some part of grant and loan? Of course, in the case of Pakistan, we see a different composition. So some part is dedicated as a grant component, some is dedicated as a loan part. So just, I think when we look at the Belt and Road investments overall, if you have some resources on categorization of these various Chinese investments, I think that would be a really good step to kind of elaborate further on that and build up on the research on the BRI. Thank you.
Can I address that, because that's what I do for a living?
Yes, you're welcome.
And I just was able to survive varying MOFCOM format. It took me years to vary it. So MOFCOM and WIND, which is their Bloomberg, only does FDI and only upon closing and only on outbound. So it's outbound. Once it gets to Hong Kong, it's outbound. So once once it's going to outbound, China's outbound. Hong Kong, it's outbound. Number one. Number two, they only do FDI. They don't go below FDI. And number three, they don't do it till it closes. Right? We don't do that because we live in the West. We do it upon announcement. Yes, upon announcement, outbound announcement, because by law it's an announcement. Number one. Number two, we go below FDI because the Chinese learned years ago the regulators are going to start looking at 10% or more stakes. So now they're doing roughly 50% of their investments below 10%. So it's growth capital, so they're not being slowed. Now, most places, accountancy firms, McKinsey don't do that. We are the only one. We and Dealogic are the only ones who do that. So and also the FT has a below FDI threshold too. So the answer to your question is all of those are counted as above. So it's policy loans, yes, and you can get that information from SAIS Carry or from ourselves, which is ChinaInvestmentResearch.org. But none of us actually, we have the amount of loans granted, we have the amount of loans ultimately done, but none of us have the flow per month or per quarter, because that's only private information from the Chinese government. So nobody has that data. If they do, it's a problem. So you can get the overall amount, and you get the amount done at the end of the time. You can't get monthly payments or quarterly payments. It's against the law. So you can get the policy loans. You can get bank loans from any of the bank providers, Bloomberg, et cetera. You get announced through us. You can get closed through MOFCOM. That's FDI only. They have to go one step below to get below FDI. And how do I know this? Because I've been negotiating with MOFCOM for 3 years to finally get them to accept the methodology, because they don't do that.
Thank you, Henry. I just missed one of the slides I wanted to show was our podcast on the sorry. We had one important podcast in our series on the the China-Pakistan economic corridor with Mr. Shakil Ahmed Ramai, who's one of the great experts in Pakistan on China-Pakistan cooperation. And there in this podcast, which you can find on our website, he actually breaks down the different for the first and second phase, but mostly the first phase. What is the foreign direct investment by China, which is the majority of the projects, and what is loans and what is grants. So if you have time, check on our website and look for this podcast.
Yes, you raised an excellent point. In the last few months, there's been much more disclosure from Pakistan and from the Chinese government on what's actually been distributed as well. And the same is true with Kazakhstan. So you can now get almost all data from Kazakhstan, which was 31 billion. So you could get and the BRI project. So for many years they didn't disclose what's been released, and now two of the biggest countries in the world, both Pakistan and Kazakhstan, which are the biggest, two of the biggest countries in the BRI in terms of numbers, you can now get good data from the government released by China. They have been sitting on this for years before they finally released it. It's always a challenge. That's how I know it so well. I do this every day for a living since 2008.
Thank you for that. Something more? You still have your hand up, Miss Guina. You help me with your pronunciation.
Yeah, you can call me Gul, the first part of the name. That's
it's Gul. It's not
Gul. G-U-L. Yeah, I think it's just stayed up from before, but yeah, thank you very much. I'll look into that as well further. And I think I can also say that here I'm based at the International Institute for Asian Studies at Leiden University. So I would be more than happy to kind of coordinate in terms of further webinars, do a collaborative conference or something. Please feel free to reach out. I can put my email in the chat, and I will be working on this project for the upcoming years. So I'm looking at Asia primarily, but also plan to do that African cases on the Chinese loan data with the SASCARI that you mentioned, Henry. So yeah, that's maybe an additional comment to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We look forward to cooperating with you. Yeah, do we have any more questions or comments at this time for any of the panelists? We now, I think we are closing or reaching perhaps the point. Oh, we have a hand up now. Yeah, you're welcome. Asma Rafiq.
Hi. I heard most of it, and I'm very excited about all the projects and the exciting things going on in our region. I'm from Pakistan, so it's really great to hear all this. But my question is also that when you speak so positively about building relationships with regions there, you know, with different ideology and all that, do we also have some impact when we bring, you know, investments and these kind of things there? So is there, I mean, I don't know, do you get my point? Actually, I was struggling to put it forth, but
I'm not quite sure if
like there was a lot of positive talk towards contributing to such projects in this you know, with China and all this, but I mean, as a person who is like new to all this, I struggle with, you know, these different values and all that. Do you think we have some impact as well when we get involved in these projects? Like, we also bring some value with us there, or is it just that we band and we, you know, we kind of modify our thinking, but not see as much of a change on the other side?
Well, and I'm not exactly sure of exactly what you're saying, but the point of welcoming input into this type of discussion for cooperation where problems emerge or where there are failures, obviously these things can be addressed. The point though is where so many of the sources of decision-making at the moment are so much focused on the lack of cooperation or the challenges of the different ideological viewpoints that they lose sight of the possibility for what defines a platform for solving these issues. And that's what we are doing most definitely by laying this kind of foundation for how through cooperation human relations improve. That goes for virtually any area in the world. So if I'm understanding you properly, we welcome input and cooperation from different aspects of the situation as it is. But I don't, if there was somebody who maybe understood your point or your question better, they're welcome to say something on the matter, but that's how I would see it at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I would say that this has been an excellent forum, which we will continue. I can say that there is already the Belt and Road Institute in Sweden will be planning a new, or is planning a new webinar or roadshow type of webinar in the fall, in September, and it will most likely focus very much on what we would call the green belt and road, how those kinds of questions which are very much on the international agenda, can also be addressed. So I would welcome everybody to join us in these exchanges in the future. I would thank Commercial Counselor Mustafa, the Embassy of Pakistan, Commercial Counselor Han from the Embassy in China, the Ambassador, His Excellency Gui Kungyu, and everyone from the Board of Investments and the various inputs that we have had during both the first and the second session for their participation. Maybe Commercial Counselor Mustafa would like to say some concluding words as well. If you wish to, you're very welcome. But otherwise, I think we can conclude this event and say we have definitely made a very important contribution for the benefits of the BRI and the potential for business economic future between Europe and Pakistan. So, Commercial Counselor Mustafa, would you like to say something more? You're muted. Are you? Okay. 1 second. Hello? Okay. Yeah, I don't. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, it seems that we can conclude for today's event, and I thank everybody for their participation and look forward to the next time where we can join and continue this important type of discussion. So thank everybody, and I'm wishing you all either a good evening, a good afternoon, or a good morning if you're still in those places. So thank you very much for this afternoon.